Ah, hello everybody. Turn these music a tiny bit. But I thought it was fair to do something a little spookier sounding for today. Because we had some spooky things happen at the end of the last chapter. Sorry about the beep, that's me opening the game. I may have woken up an hour and a half ago, looked at my phone, it's like, hey, the alarm didn't go off, turned it off, and then I passed back out. So I just woke up like 30 minutes ago. Yeah, so a little panicky running quickly. Fix model. There we go. Stop the music for now. Oh. It's loud thing. Apologize. But you pick up my model right away. Pick up the game right away. Let's unplug that. Let's turn on my controller. No, wait a sec. Wait for it to finish loading. Okay, good. My controller's working. But yeah, we're going on my main account today. A lot of what we've done has been on my secondary account, with me replaying the story from the beginning. It's time to get back to the recent stuff. I'm also gonna have to deal with it. Oh, it's Fuho's birthday, I forgot. Happy birthday, Fuho. Here, you know what? Let's... I love you, Kiana, but we need to put... Nah, it's gotta be Senti, right? Let's throw Senti on the front page. We can wait until something pops up. I'm curious if she has birthday messages. Or is Senti's gonna be like in a week or something? I can't remember from last year. Yep, you're right on time. Hello, Suez. I had to very quickly eat breakfast because I slept in. I woke up 30 minutes ago, so... Oh. Uh-oh. Forgot. Spring again in Hyperion. The chirping of birds, the canary yellow of branches, have become slightly different this year. A few days ago, Kiana asked me about birthday customs in Shenzhen. She seemed to be planning a party, but the time spent with everyone was the best gift except for Haskora. For this reason, I want to give them the kites that I made myself. I picked and made everything ranging from bamboo to muslin. On delightful spring days, flying kites is a great leisure among friends. I wonder if Captain has the time to go flying kites with us. Although Lishan has passed, winter's coldness lingers. Before you go outside, put on a jacket. This is the most Fuhua birthday thing ever. Oh my god, Senti. What's it called? Spring letter? Born. I'll fix it. I'm calling it kite flying. Only I can come up with a name so concise and precise. I won't lose to her in flying kites. Captain, you're coming with us. You can't be late for my talent show. What? You want to know why you're seeing this? Come on, I'm the Hersher of Sentience. I can make you see anything. Oh, I love Senti. That's too cute. I miss last year's... Oh! It's that old timer's birthday, eh? Wouldn't hurt to wish her a happy birthday. And I'm pretty sure her birthday is technically a little later. Yeah, I don't think the CGs have the really old birthdays. It only has the recent ones. Yeah. Darn. Like, I have it saved on my computer, Senti's birthday from last year, when she sat there and she told us a story about the Phoenix. She told us who was past. I love how well they do the birthday things. It makes me wonder if the people who write those birthday letters, if they are like the inspiration for the character, so they know it that well, or if they literally just have the writers write it. And yeah, still just that. I'd love to do polls, but unfortunately, unfortunately there's a spending event next patch, so I am still saving. Gotten a decent bit saved. Claim it. Just get these dailies out of the way quickly, give people time to show up if they want to see the story. I actually miss the old birthday PV. Sure, I enjoy the letters, but I think the letters are a lazy thing. Yeah, and I can see that too. But yeah, a lot of the old birthday ones were really nice. Some of the new ones go into that, I believe. I think... Actually, no, because that one wasn't saved. But yeah, there's definitely been some really good ones in the past. Like I said, I still say my favorite was Senti's, with just her sitting at a desk telling us the story of Fuhua, the story of the Celestial Phoenix. And then she embellished it a little and changed it up a little bit. Those ones were also usually interactable. Oh, not enough. Oh well. These ones usually it's just the cutscene, just the letter. At least these are written well, though. But, if she... I miss having Senti. But if she had a reaction for the birthday, I gotta try Fuhua. I'm curious if all the Fuhuas have a different birthday reaction. They should, in theory. Oh, I didn't do dailies. No, I don't want to play it. I want to quit. I am so happy Light is just there now all the time. I think the last was Bronya's. After that, it was just letters. That might be it. Yeah. Was Bronya's or Teresa's last? Because I know for Teresa, there was like her cute thing of her being in her pajamas. No, I think Bronya's was after that, wasn't it? But yeah, thankfully, if you know where to look, a lot of those cutscenes are saved in your files, but it doesn't have the words. I think I just need to do this tonight. Yeah, I just gotta do this at some point tonight. I've been trying to level up my adventure tasks in Sakura Samsara because I never did all these. I basically finished the story and then I quickly went to APHO. So I need to catch up. Oh. You know, why did I put Azure Empuria? Azure Empuria probably doesn't even care if it's her birthday. I'll leave it there for now, but something tells me this one is not gonna have... For Christ's sake, I hate the American server. Why are they so freaking rude and just bleh? Do I have any crystal boxes or anything I have to open? Nope. I will say my biggest regret when I started the game, I started last January. And so that was shortly before Fuho's birthday. There was another cake that looked just like this, but it was dark for Senti. And I accidentally used it. And I was so upset because I didn't mean to use it. Like, I clicked on one of these, I'll do it on the dumpling. But then I tried clicking to the side to close it. And my mouse went to the use button. So I don't have Senti's cake, and I hope they give us another one this year, because I feel so guilty. And I guess this is how we can tell whose birthdays were last, because this was the first... Whoa. Where'd the game go? I guess it just minimized itself? That was weird. But these were part of an event. So yeah, I guess... Limited Homo controller was Branya's. And Sakura... Aww, and Himiko. Oh, don't torture us like that, that's mean. What? She still doesn't have anything. Okay. I get it. I get it. This is the part of her life when she didn't care about anything. She didn't care about herself, especially. Who's a better Fuhua? No, I don't want to do that. Who's a better Fuhua to stick on the front page? Phoenix may? No, Phoenix might not care too. Fuhua. Night Squire. I like this outfit anyway. Oh, wait. Is your weapons gonna show? Thank God, no. There you go, the classic humor of freaking North Americans down there. Oh my gosh. What even is the supply right now? I don't think there's anything. Yeah, I've already got her, which means it's her weapon, and I've already got this. I would love Abyss Flower, but I don't have Bright Knight yet. I don't have future suit that might be able to use it. But I already have these. I would be so upset if I tried getting these and I just got dupes. And yeah, I got a few. But I'll save. I want to try to do good. I believe Bright Knight is the one you can get for free as part of the spending event. So I really want to save up and see if I can get Bright Knight off that spending event, because I've wanted Bright Knight. She still doesn't say anything. Whatever. Can go into the story, and hopefully Fuhua says something later. But you'll see I did finish all the side stuff. I was really far behind on the side stuff. Like, I hadn't done side quests since chapter 26. Speaking of, this quest here, right beside, that's from chapter 26. I can't do it because if I step near it, it starts the main story. Yeah, I don't quite have that much, but I have been doing really well in the Elysian Realm, and I've been trying to keep up with everything to save up. So hopefully, fingers crossed, I can save up and try and spend enough. I've done spending events before. I got enough to get, Oh, that's what minimized me. Just Avermedia being a pain in the ass. But yeah, I was able to get the Hersher of Thunder costume. I don't even own Hersher of Thunder, but I spent enough to get her costume last spring. And I've done a few spending events before. Hopefully I can save up enough. But yeah, I did do all the side quests. I did do the Amber side quests, where Amber is trying to find meaning. You help her kind of go around helping people, and she finally opens up and says, hey, if you're getting ready to fight Otto, you might want to train in dealing with the Hersher of Binding. So we did some experiments using the Oath of Judah, and we found out ways to cancel out the powers of binding. Allow us or give us an option to play chapter 26. Is it impossible? Because I saw... Where was it? It was here. I guess you can probably only rewatch the cutscenes, huh? Because, like, I saw this here, and I assumed this was how you did it? How you replayed them? That's, Oh, there's a review. Oh, if I remember right, I think I've seen someone do it. You can click these and it'll play the cutscenes from that, but it plays it right here. So you don't have the right background, you don't have the right context. You can replay the... Yeah, but not... That sucks, but oh well. Now let's see. Is this split by acts? Is this like Act 1, Act 2, Act 3, and then a tiny bit for Act 4? Kinda looks like it. And I can assume that this is going to be the cinematic. We'll watch that next week. I have heard that Act 2 is very, very long and has a lot of story. That's why we're streaming it today. I was going to stream the whole thing on one day, but it sounds like that's going to be like a 10-hour stream, and I don't want to do that. So we're going to be doing Acts 1 and 2. I'm excited. And I'm really hoping for a certain thing to come out. Something that MiHoYo spoiled on their Twitter over the weekend. And the fact that they spoiled it tells me that it probably was part of Act 2. 3 hours of lore, and streaming means that's going to be at least like 4 or 5, probably. Oh boy. But yeah, depending on what happens today when we do the story at the end of stream, I might watch the new trailer. And I might watch, what was it? There's the new trailer, and then there was also a trailer for the new battlesuit. And I've been avoiding watching it just in case it spoils this. But... It's mostly because I already know one spoiler, and I don't want any more. Do I use Fuhua? It's probably going to force me to use specific characters anyway, so it probably doesn't matter. I was tempted to switch to Kiana, but you know what? It's going to make me use Kiana when I need to use Kiana anyway. Can I move? Can I move? Oh, my controller died. Uh-oh. There we go. Plugged it in. I'm pretty sure Rita's the fastest running person I have. Oh, there's no enemies here still. I beat the challenge here, so I thought there would be enemies. I think I have one challenge left to do. This one. I really need to finish everything just so I can get all the rewards. But yeah, I have quests to do here, but this happens if I try coming here. Oh boy. Oh. Okay. That's right. Oops, I hit it. That's right. Come and try and stop me, Durandal, Kiana, and Teresa. I'll consider this as your farewell performance for me. Otto looked at the lights enveloping the church. They emitted a sacred shine, like stairs leading to the heavens. Meanwhile, outside the church... What's going on? I can feel my power, but I can't use it. As her great sword was broken, Kiana could only watch Otto leisurely merge into that strange light curtain. But when she tried to follow him into the light curtain, she felt her hair stand on end, as if every cell in her body was stopping her. What is with this light curtain? Something's off. Kiana. Huh? Bronya. Oh, behind. I'll leave the side quest for another time. Kiana, are you alright? I'm okay, but I failed to stop Otto. As we were fighting, this light curtain popped up and cut me off from him. He's on the other side of it now. Lily, are you alright? This is not time to be nodding off. We have to... Huh? Why am I also sleepy all of a sudden? Rosa, Lily. The closer I get here, the heavier my body feels. It's similar to when my power was taken away by the puppet, but it's not the same. Hello, are the comms working? Can anybody hear me? Principal, this is Kiana. The comms are working normally, and I just met Bronya and the others in front of the church. Phew, you guys are alright. The comm signal has been unstable since we started some time ago. I was worried that you'd become unreachable, like Mr. Yang. In the Hyperion, the doctors and I saw a huge light curtain appear in the direction of the church. Its energy parameters were very normal. Did you find anything at the scene? The light curtain could be some kind of measure Otto adopted to keep us out. He entered the church alone after it went up. Yeah, powers of binding. So you met Otto. Yes. When the light curtain appeared, he said something about the gift from the imaginary tree and the power of God. By the way, when I arrived, he was holding the abyss flower in his hand and said that it was left by the first guest. Yeah, 'cause she beat his ass, but she took too long. Abyss flower? The first guest? Did he mean Durandal? Isn't she Otto's subordinate? Are they fighting? I don't know. Anyway, everyone is isolated by the light curtain outside the church, and the abyss flower is right in front of us. Also, the strange thing is, this light curtain seems to be consuming and restricting Herrscher abilities. Please tell me that the story is a tiny bit different because I did the side quests. Please? Because I already know what it is. Madam Teresa, what do you think? Well, we just did experiments because Amber recommended us think about the Herrscher binding. There's no doubt. All evidence suggests the light curtain is very likely the manifestation of the power of the Herrscher of binding, just like the grace field. What? Herrscher of binding? Are you saying that Herrscher of binding is in this small town? Calm down, everyone. We're talking about the Herrscher of binding's power. At least we have not detected any signs of a new Herrscher core. Even the simulated Oath of Judah is unable to generate such a massive field. Combined with what Otto said, it's more like some kind of power from the imaginary tree. Oh, he's literally stealing Herrscher powers from the tree. That's just sinking in. Well, he's a crafty bastard. In any case, the situation is dire. We have to find a way to deal with the light curtain as soon as possible. We need to go in there and teach that Otto a lesson. Isn't it convenient we just did experiments about that? Please, please say something about Amber telling us about it and we did an experiment. Please? Kiana, Bronya, take everyone back to the safe zone first. I will discuss the light curtain with the doctors. Remember, never get close to the light curtain. If it really is the power of binding, it could have irreversible effects on your body. Yeah, good idea. And where do we go now? Oh, right there? Is that really? Oh, or are we fighting stuff? Oh, isn't it on? Bonk. Retreat and reorganize for now. Oh, this is probably going to be a cutscene then. Meanwhile, in the Hyperion Command Center. Please reference the side quest. The side quest was so good. I honestly feel really bad that I didn't stream that side quest with Amber, because I really liked the Amber side quest. But please reference it in the main story. That really sets me off. That jerk. Why can't he play fair? What's he doing hiding in a church, huh? I loved it, Tesla. Calm down, Dr. Tesla. Complaining won't solve anything. Besides, we still have some tricks up our sleeve. Yeah, we do. A certain someone with the Oath of Judah knows how to cancel out that field. Tesla helped with that experiment. Huh? You have an idea, Mophead? Tell me now. Maybe we can try to break that light curtain with Celine. Excuse me? I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little upset with MiHoYo right now. I literally did a side... I thought JP Tesla was annoying, but CN is annoying. Yeah, Tesla is just Tesla. She's gonna be the same no matter what. But oh, I'm kind of annoyed at MiHoYo. I literally just yesterday made sure to do all the side quests, and one of the side quests was Amber telling us that Otto was planning to use the powers of Herrscher of Binding and that we should find a countermeasure. We collected materials, we got all the doctors together, we did an experiment, and we found a way to cancel out the Herrscher of Binding's field. And now everyone's panicking like we don't know how to do that. I'm so confused. Why doesn't the side quest carry any weight in the main quest? Why did they include it if it doesn't show up? Celine, but isn't that the weapon we used against the Herrscher? The reason why Celine is effective against Herrschers is because it can convert the Honkai energy in a Herrscher's body into regular energy. In other words, Celine's attack is separate. Let me guess, it's cut off? Celine's attack is separate from Honkai. Excuse me. I love how this is still an issue. This game has been in English for so long, we still get messages cut off. Oh yo, making a bad impression with chapter 28. As long as we supply it with additional Honkai energy, it can be used as a laser with amazing power. Using Herrscher power or even regular Honkai energy against the power binding is like bringing a knife to a gunfight. I mean, hey, if you know how to use the knife, Rania did a good job. But if we're using conventional energy weaponry, we don't have to worry about that. We can push full steam ahead with an attack. Shoot, I knew I should have brought along all the silver bullets. Please, please don't drop a silver bullet on this city, Tesla. Are you nuts? For people who don't know, a silver bullet is a nuclear warhead. The only reason I know that is because I've been reading Second Eruption. And these two are the ones that launched nukes on Siren the first time. Otto kind of did the big one. At least I'm assuming, because I haven't been there yet. But tomorrow, more Second Eruption, and I'll be cosplaying as Siren. That's kind of where the bangs of this hair came from, my Siren cosplay. I just really like them. But yeah, Tesla, no nukes. No nukes. There's people in that city. Bad Tesla. Bad. A lot of stuff is jumbled in these 3 chapters. That's why I really wish we could replay them so we could piece together the correct order of events. I forgot 90% of the side missions lore. Yeah, that's fair. a lot of the side missions too were kind of inconsequential. It was just helping people. But Amber's side quest was the biggest one. That one was really, really important. At least I thought it was, until now. Yeah, see Tesla? Then you'd have to take the innocent bystanders into account. Yeah, please no nukes. One thing is certain, no matter how the light curtain acquired the power of binding, it must have some kind of operating mechanism to dissipate the energy. Every operating mechanism functions within a threshold. The power of binding naturally can dissolve regular energy as well, but that is not its primary target. So our output will more likely exceed that threshold. Like a battering ram against a stone, it's a matter of brute force. Indeed. But what if Celine's power can't reach the threshold of the light curtain? Then we'll have to find another way. But if the nuclear lobster is not allowed to nuke, it's just a lobster. Yes. She is just a crazy lobster with robots and sensors and stuff. And okay. Sounds like a good idea. This might be a long one. Oh. That is to say, to be on the safe side, we should use all the stored energy on the Hyperion and hope for the best. So what you're saying is we can't run away. Oh boy. We stuck here now. But on the other hand, if Celine outputs at maximum power, once we fail, we will lose all of the Hyperion's combat power. And fleeing power. I think the second one's more important. Civilians. Indeed, Otto doesn't seem too bothered. He might have a backup. Either way, the plan is good enough. I will inform Kiana and the others first. We'll leave the power setting of Celine and other preparations to you, doctors. Okay, so we're just gonna shoot it with a gun. No problem, let's play rock, paper, scissors for it. A few minutes later, were these two playing rock, paper, scissors for a few minutes? Really? Kiana, Bronya, can you hear me? Loud and clear, Principal. What are the instructions? The doctors and I will try to use Celine to deal with the light curtain in front of the church. You lead everyone away, somewhere out of reach, as soon as possible. At that time, if our plan is successful, you'll be able to enter the light curtain once it's safe, and find Otto. I will catch up with you shortly. Celine? Kiana, the doctors will explain later. For now, let's follow the principal's plan. Yeah, you're right. We need to hurry things up. The front line is in position. Dr. Tesla, how are things on your side? Testing firepower at 20%. According to Einstein's plan, Celine is ready to be activated. Okay, Kiana, have you retreated into position? We've gotten to a safe location. Copy. Dr. Tesla, we're good to go. Roger. Hyperion, shipborne anti-Hersher arm, main gun Celine, activate. Oh, from what our team knew, if they failed, getting out of Colliston is being erased from history. Running away is very low on the priority if they fail. That's true, actually. And I wonder if Otto said that on purpose to make them not run away. God. It still blows my mind how this guy frickin' thinks of everything. He literally just thinks of everything. He misses the dumbest stuff, but everything else he thinks of pretty well. Like, I'm still mind blown in Second Eruption. Otto is basically made fun of by the will of the Honkai. Tells him that you keep sacrificing people and doing horrible things. but you're not willing to sacrifice yourself. You're not willing to actually try. And Otto's like, what does it mean? I don't get it. What is it trying to say? I feel like, though, chapter 28 might be an example of Otto finally understanding that message. And geez, this is what, like 20 years later? Otto's finally figured out what he was told. God, I'm so glad I've been reading the manga. It's so much context. As Selene unfolded, the Hyperion began to make the sound of focusing energy, like thousands of turbines turning at the same time. System control ready. It looks like an egg. It's a giant glowing egg. Output control ready. Orbit control ready. Target locked. Ooh! Commencing range corrections. Correction complete. We have locked on. I get to push the buttons. Fire! So pointless, but a nice little touch. We made a hole! A beam of white light struck the light curtain. With a loud bang, a clear hole appeared. Great, we did it! Oh, she sounds so happy. Yana, how are things on your side? No problems here. We can see clearly the hole in the light curtain. Great, then we'll prepare a more powerful... Wait, Dr. Tesla, something is wrong. What's wrong? The light curtain. It just instantly repaired itself. What? Repaired? Ugh, I knew it wouldn't be that easy. So that jerk not only put up this annoying barrier, but even found a way to make sure it stayed repaired. Or is this also part of his power? Mophead, and you, Nagamitsu, were you able to calculate the light curtain's threshold based on that test shot? Again, I'm upset because the reason Nagamitsu is on Hyperion is because she came to the Hyperion to help test canceling out the powers of Herrscher of Binding. So as far as I can tell, that side mission canonically happened before chapter 28. And the most important part of it, we're not even talking about. Oh, yo, why? Ah. Of course, Dr. Tesla, we have good news and bad news. What? Quit beating around the bush and just tell us. The good news is that the Selene's attack worked, and we were able to get an exact energy threshold reading. The bad news is that the threshold is so high that even with all the Hyperion's remaining energy, we still wouldn't be able to completely destroy the light curtain. So we're throwing a Herrscher in the engine, probably. And based on the story, I'm gonna say it's probably gonna be Bronya. Because Fuhua doesn't have her energy. Senti's kind of just on a vacation, doing whatever. Kiana's the main character. And she's gonna have to go face Otto. And we don't really have any others to speak of. There's the Herrscher of Corruption, but we don't know what's going on with the Herrscher of Corruption right now, so that's not a factor. And yeah, Bronya's not a main character in this chapter, so chuck her in. Plug in the Bronya battery. Use the bunny power. The light curtain is not completely destroyed. It will regenerate itself, just as Kiana saw it. What? I thought we were able to breach it with just 20% of the energy. But even with 4 times as much energy, we'd only make a bigger hole. It isn't enough to keep up with its self-fixing, let alone destroy it completely. To completely destroy the light curtain, we need to use at least 5 times the amount of the entire Honkai energy stored in the Hyperion, all at the same time. So what you're telling me is, your experiment screwed us. Because if you just used 100% at the beginning, we would have been fine. That's what this is telling me. We used 20%, but if we used 100%, we'd be fine. But now we only have 80% left. Which is to say nothing about how we're going to concentrate that much energy into the Hyperion at once. The power required by that theoretical value exceeds the maximum power that Selene can acquire. Use 2 Selenes! 3 Selenes! In other words, the plan to use Selene isn't really feasible. 5 times the entire storage, which means... Oh, did they say entire storage? I thought they said like 5 times the amount they used in the first test. It's 500%, then yeah, no, we were screwed. Definitely need to plug in the bunny battery. I'm sorry, I have to admit. Wait, Dr. Einstein. Here comes the bunny battery. Perhaps everything you said was just good news. What? What are you talking about? You expect us to just conjure up a few more Selenes? Yes. You have the Hersher of Reason. That is exactly what she's suggesting. Yes, exactly. What? Are you wait a minute. Are you saying... There you go, Tesla. Those little gears are turning. You got it. I say we use the power of Hersher of Reason to construct an array of Selenes with sufficient power. Can we get a skin for Bronya where all her little cannons are replaced with Selenes? I want to delete bosses with Selene. Huh? What? Is that even possible? Of course it will be difficult. After all, this is something that even Mr. Yang has never done. But it's worth trying. Bronya, have faith in yourself. A few months ago, oh, this talk again. This was such a heartfelt moment between the two of them. He's a survivor of the first eruption. At that time, Berlin was in shambles. Schicksal found him at the epicenter. Talking about, Joyce. That's right. He's the last Welt, the first Hersher of Reason. When the man beside her shared this story, Bronya noticed he sounded a bit tired. Back then, things like Hersher of Reason and Welt seemed distant to Bronya. The core wasn't a part of her story yet, nor the figures in her dreams a part of her experience. That was a name that carried a lot of hope, but it was not Bronya's. Bronya, maybe you misunderstood. I have often said that Hersher of Reason represents more than just a power. This also means the potential that can be unleashed by Hersher of Reason is far beyond what I am now able to control. Hersher of Reason represents a sort of conviction, a conviction that humanity can fight against the Honkai, that humanity can rebel against the gods. Yeah, you did a damn good job of that before. Frickin' Chad Welt. The reason why the first Hersher of Reason chose to fight for humanity is because he retained his consciousness as a human while taking on the thoughts of the 300,000 people in the core. Oh boy, the thoughts of 300,000 people. It must have been a huge burden on his mind. Maybe, but that's what a real Hersher of Reason would do. We have never forgotten that we are human. We have always carried humanity's pain with us and fought against its enemies. It represents the history that human beings have gone through, and its power comes from human civilization. Meanwhile, Hersher the Void represents the conviction that she can eat all the food no matter or she can at least store it away in imaginary space until she wants to. Oh my gosh. Now, it's in your hands, Bronya. It's something so heavy that even I can't use the full power of Hersher. Yet so light, it's sleeping peacefully in your body at this moment without causing any rejection. Of course, I'm not forcing you to accept anything. The Hersher of Reason is still the weirdest Hersher to me. Just lore-wise. Because as far as we know, there's like partial Hershers, and then there's full Hershers. And right now, as far as I know, Kiana and Mei are the only, like, pure full Hershers. Maybe Senti, but because Senti and Fuhua are kind of separated, not really. They don't have their full power. But Bronya and Welt, they're nowhere near as strong as a full Hersher. But, as far as we know, they have the traits of a Hersher. Like, Welt can go out in space without air, because he's technically a Hersher. He doesn't need air, he doesn't need food. And the same should be true for Bronya. But they're nowhere near as strong as the other pure Hershers. I'm still just so confused about that. The Hersher of Reason just seems so different from all the other Hershers. I mean, it is about reason, it is about creating things from your mind, so maybe they just don't have enough knowledge to be that strong. That's their source of power, maybe. I don't know. I'm just explaining to you the history of Hersher of Reason and those figures in your dream. Jeez, what chapter was this again? Chapter 23 or 24? I think it was 23. Yeah, it was 23 because it was when we were just finding out about the puppets. Gosh, this was so long ago. After all, I believe you can do better than me, Bronya. Your Honkai adaptability is stronger than mine, and you have more combat experience and skills than I did when I first became the Hersher of Reason. Yeah, 23. And see, this is something else that confuses me. Your Honkai adaptability. Your Honkai adaptability shouldn't matter if you're a Hersher. Because you are Honkai, right? Like, Mei is Honkai. She is just a Hersher. Nothing else about it. And same thing with the new Kiana. She is just a Hersher. Why does Honkai adaptability come into it for the Hersher of Reason? It just sounds like they're like a pseudo-Hersher, which is kind of what Siren was calling them. So it kind of brings that to light. That maybe passing on the core, like the Hersher of Reason is doing, it makes you mostly a Hersher, but not fully a Hersher. I don't know. I'm confused. Lore things. The only time I successfully merged with the minds of those 300,000 people was when I rebuilt my last body after the second eruption. I just saw that happen on Monday. Rebuilt your body. It's the last body? At the time, I thought it wasn't possible either. Even I'm confused with the Hershers and core and how it works. Yeah, it's the weirdest thing, because every other Hersher seems to follow a different rule set. They're the only ones that they just pass on their powers, and surprise, you're a Hersher, but the old ones still have Hersher powers. And then they made clones of Joyce, the original one, and the clones have Hersher powers, as if their genetics are somehow Hersher genetics now. There's just something weird about the Hersher of Reason that makes it so much different from all the other ones. Heck, Cocolia basically frickin' mass-produced Hershers of Reason, cloning Joyce. For a while. How can someone fully understand the structure and state of every cell in the human body? Morning, Polo. Recap for stuff you missed. We went to the light curtain. Kiana explained to everyone what it was. I got triggered because I did a side quest that told us how to deal with the powers of binding, and they haven't referenced it yet. But we fired a gun at the shield. The shield broke. And the the shield regenerated. And we found out, oh crap, we don't have anywhere near enough power to deal with it. Now Bronya said that she's going to try and make 5 Selines to shoot at the barrier with the power of reason. And now she's talking about the power... This is a flashback to chapter 23. And we've mostly been talking about how confused we are about the Hersher of Reason, because she doesn't follow the same rules as the other ones. Let me translate this. Boop. Ah, okay. But let's see. But when I faced the 300,000 people in the core determined to recover my body to continue my fight for humanity, the core's power helped me. 300,000 thoughts poured into me all at once, squeezing and tearing at each other. They almost shattered my very consciousness. But in the end, I succeeded in restoring my human body from nothing. That was the only time I fully unlocked the power for sure of reason. The burden of spiritual harmony was so great that when I tried to reshape my body again in the Sea of Quanta and fought back against Kevin, the core itself stopped me from doing the same thing twice, though I managed to recover at just the right moment by reading the construction's memory. But now this body is adapted to Hersher's core, as you can see. But I believe your situation is completely different, Bronya. Not only because you have far more talent than me, but also because you have the same light in your eyes as Welt Joyce once had. Oh. You never met him, but I promise you, you both are very alike. Bronya, maybe we should consider other paths. Oh, we're back to the present. Don't worry, Principal. I know what I'm doing. Will she really make it? Don't be silly. Haven't you done something similar? If you've done it, why can't she? Okay, I trust you, Bronya. I understand. Bronya, I will leave it to you. We'll charge Selene on the Hyperion for the second and last time, then we'll attack on your command. After all, if we have to do this, everyone with anti-entropy must be worthy of believing in the Hersher of Reason. Oh, they're so loyal to Welt. I see. Kiana, Sele, Rosa, Lily. Please cover Bronya's back. There's a lot going on with this construction. Don't interrupt me for any reason. Please have a cutscene. Please have a cutscene. I need to see this in a cutscene. Got it. Leave it to Sele. I believe in you all. Unlike before, whether we're completely activating the Hersher core or using Selene, a large amount of Honkai energy is needed. I will give instructions to everyone in turn. I hope you can lend me as much power as possible. Don't drain Kiana! Kiana's gotta fight! Understood. Understood. Lily, what are the others talking about? I don't understand. What is Selene and construction? Oh my gosh. Does Rosa not know about Bronya's powers? I never thought about that. Lily is not sure. In short, we need to protect Bronya. Oh, I get it. Oh, Bronya's so proud of those two. Then, off to battle. Are we just walking forward again? Oh, escort Bronya. Oh my gosh, are we actually gonna have to fight things? Don't even think of getting in Bronya's way. Here's a suit I haven't used in a while. Oh yeah, I can just mash this because she's using fire powers now. Why use guns when you have a sword? Share strength with Bronya. Here you are, Bronya. Let's show that jerk we mean business. Oh, Sele's turn. Oh, am I gonna have to do the twins too? That'd actually be cool. No! Stop! Dark Sele Engi. Okay, and now Sele shares Honkai energy. Please, Bronya, I know you will succeed. Don't waste our time. Oh. Is it 1 by 1 or do we get the twins now? It's the twins! Not screw it. Spin. Hey, just one spin. Leave it to us. Okay. I know it's not a lot, but I hope it can help you out. I'm surprised that they can. Oh, let me just translate. Sure of Sentience or AE for support. It depends if you're doing physical or it depends if you're doing physical or elemental. Like personally, I use a lot of elemental teams, so I do end up using AE a lot. But Sure of Sentience is my favorite. Thinking of, I have to check the birthday message, see if there's another birthday message yet. She knew that as long as she stayed in this place, she'd be able to sense that place. In this state. Bronya was here again, in this dreamland full of scorched earth, but this time she already knew who the figure was in front of her. He was the first Hersher of Reason, the hero who saved New York, who once made the tyrant above watch the stars crumble. His name was Walt Joyce. Their name was Walt Joyce. The thoughts of 300,000 people, I now see. Bronya noticed that those who were walking on this scorched earth were both shadows and not shadows, both fragments and not fragments. It was the thoughts of 300,000 people that formed this unique core. It was this unique core that allowed the thoughts of 300,000 people to be passed on to this day. Not one of them was Hersher of Reason. And yet all of them were the Hersher of Reason. Involuntarily, Bronya approached the leading man step by step. A kid like us. Another Honkai victim. Ah, we're from the same hometown. Is she the next Hersher of Reason? Is she the one to carry on our name? Countless thoughts whispered in her ear with every step she took. Bronya knew that the core itself was questioning her, checking whether she really was qualified to be next in line. Okay, so this is making it sound like Bronya isn't fully awakened yet, that the core hasn't fully accepted her yet. I think that's the first time we've gotten a really good look at Joyce in the game. Obviously in the mangas he shows up, but... Finally, she stood in front of him. It was the first time she faced him in the core at such a close distance. That sovereign must have faced him like this before. What was in Walt Yang's mind at that time? And before that, when he was here treading this scorched earth, what was in his mind then? The warrior to take on Honkai. At so young an age. Her will is strong. But she's also immature. The thoughts were still whispering. Bronya's attention returned to him. She sensed the tenderness in his eyes, and the stubbornness beneath that tenderness. She finally realized something. The legendary hero was just an ordinary boy. She had seen that sort of ordinary many times before in Sele, and she understood better than anyone else that it was this ordinary that gave Sele her unparalleled tenderness and strength. This time she felt that she finally understood the meaning of his name, Welt. I know you're in doubt, and I know why. Yes, Bronya once refused to inherit the name of Welt, thinking that she was unable to take on the responsibility of protecting the world. For people who don't know, Welt translates to world. So the idea is that the Hersher of Reason is supposed to be like the guardian of the world. It's their job to protect everyone. But now I have come to understand. The so-called world is not a cold concept, nor a word that only exists in slogans. Everyone builds their own unique world. These worlds will merge with the worlds of those around them to create an even larger one. And the world represented by Welt is the result of repeating this process tens of billions of times. No one has ever been able to take on the responsibility of protecting the world, but everyone can have the desire to protect the world. The desire to protect the people we want to protect, the desire to open up the future we want to go to, the desire to compromise, struggle, let go, or insist. These complex human natures are in everyone's heart, and when they blend together, all of us will get the proof of why we are human. Welt is just a name. Bronya is just an ordinary human being. Whether I inherit that name or not, Bronya will continue on the path that has been opened up by her predecessors. No matter how much strength she has, Bronya will use it to protect the world where everyone lives. Bronya will always choose to become Hersher of Reason as a human and as a small cornerstone, protecting the world. I wonder if this is the difference. Yeah. But I wonder if this is the difference for the Hersher of Reason. That the Hersher of Reason chooses to be human, whereas all the other Hershers technically are no longer human. They give up their humanity. I wonder if that's what makes it so different and maybe a little weaker. The gentle but determined boy didn't speak. He just quietly watched Bronya and listened to her speak her heart. His eyes were saying, "We knew from the beginning that you would get to this point." She has hesitated before, but she has conquered her doubts. She was afraid, but she has conquered her fears. Maybe she really can bring hope to humanity. At the very least, she deserves to be the next Herrscher of Reason. Her will has become resolute and mature. Well then, we must do everything in our power to help her. Neither give in to the Honkai, nor kowtow to the gods. Nothing more be said. She is ready. Yes, Bronya is ready now. The 300,000 thoughts, Bronya is ready to bear them all. Spiritual harmony begin. In an instant, countless soul fragments poured into Bronya's consciousness. Oh my god. Cyber Angel. These souls had traveled different paths, hesitated at different points. But they finally made the same decision as Bronya. They decided to protect this world that belongs to human beings. It was this decision that made their fate and Bronya's fate intertwined at this moment. The thoughts of 300,000 people poured into her along with their traits. Some of them were determined, some brave, some cautious, some immature. And Bronya also felt the power that her companions had given her before. Rosa and Lily's power was as lively and mischievous as the waves. It felt immature but reliable. Zele's power was easy to identify. It was as blue and clear as the sky, both gentle and tolerant at the same time. Kiana's strength was as warm as the sun, yet illuminating the way forward like the moon. She had always led everyone like this. Of course they're gonna call her the moon. For people who don't know, her dad, Ziggy, always said that he met everyone he loved under moon. And when he accepted Kiana and gave her her name and whatnot, he referred to her as his Princess of the Moon. There were also thousands of thoughts and thousands of ideas which overwhelmed Bronya's spirit and tore at her soul. Words flashed across her mind. Human, Herrscher, Honkai. Civilization is another. That would make sense. But if you do a Kingdom Hearts and you take the letters of Kiana and you shuffle it around and add a letter. I'm not answering what it is, because I think we're going to find out this chapter, but... Peace, war, violence, warmth. The spiritual pain didn't last as long as she expected. She gradually grasped the waves of thoughts, learning to stay afloat, as though she were surfing them. She understood that it was the precipitation of these millions of beliefs, the deposition of these millions of years, now gathered into a fervent and pure conviction. Human beings will change the world with our own will. The power of Herrscher of Reason rapidly spread to the other side of the singularity, at a speed that Bronya couldn't fathom. Even if it was a weapon that she had only looked at a few times, even if it was a device whose principles were not fully understood. The complete power of Herrscher didn't care about these as long as the target was within reach of mortals. Any miracle that civilization could achieve, any height civilization could reach, Herrscher of Reason could make it reappear in an instant. One person's strength might not be enough. Even the thoughts of 300,000 might not be enough. But at this moment, Bronya was the real Herrscher of reason. Representing human civilization, Bronya would challenge Honkai. Celine, 6 times power, constructing. Please be a cinematic. Please don't just be a picture. Be a cinematic. Mini cinematic. Oh, there's 1. Whoa, there's 6. Nope, there it is. The line. Fire. Oh, there goes the barrier. Correct me if I'm wrong, she was supposed to tell Tesla and Einstein when she was firing so that they could all fire? Instead, she just did it herself? A loud noise shook the earth. Under the combined impact of the 2 kinds of energy from Herrscher of Reason and the Hyperion, oh, apparently the Hyperion still helped, the light curtain shattered in an instant with no sign of recovery. We did it. Oh, there was a thud. She fell. Bronya. Oh, we actually watch her fall. Oh my gosh. Even I'm confused with that part? Which part are you confused about? The lack of Hyperion? They said the Hyperion fired. I guess her shouting fire was her telling the Hyperion to fire too? If that's what you're talking about. That's my best guess anyway. It is kind of funny that they just left that out and she just shot the barrier herself. But... oh yeah, the Abyss Flower's still here too. Can we interact with it? Sorry, Bronya, I am curious. Nope, we can't interact with it. It's probably going to be part of the story, though. She said she would give instructions to Tesla, but never gave. Just via... I mean... yeah. Hopefully Tesla was ready. Aww. I love these two. They're so cute. Bronya. Bronya lost consciousness. She created Celine out of thin air. After doing what no other Herrscher of Reason had done, she was completely exhausted. Seele felt Bronya's breathing become weaker as she held her, as though her soul might wither away at any moment. Bronya, Bronya. Bronya, hold on. What should we do? Is Bronya going to die? Rosa, don't say that. Don't say that, Rosa. Yeah, see? Don't say that. I was fine until Rosa said that, and now I'm tearing up. Energy required to win. 500% of Hyperion full energy of it. Bronya, Kiana, Seele provided 600%. Hyperion added 8 and 80. It was kind of unnecessarily. He technically helped. Yeah, Bronya kind of flexed on the barrier, and the ship fired just because they could. Oh my gosh, is there anything we can do? Wait, Seele, leave her to me. Isn't there something nearby that could save Bronya's life? Huh? That's... the Abyss Flower. Wait. They have the powers of the Herrscher of Death, and that is the key of life and death. What's gonna happen if they touch it? But, other issues aside, we don't know how to use it at all. It's okay, Seele. Trust me. I mean, it's technically her powers. Are you sure you can control it? Somehow, I feel familiar with this weapon. Maybe my power resonates with it somehow. please give us a Seele with spears. I now want to see Seele using Abyss Flower. That would be crazy. I think maybe I've known how to use it all along. I see. But allow me to do it with you. Is this really the time for that? No, I mean, I can feel that. Hersher of Death Stigma and Hersher of Death Core. Yeah? I mean, and then there's the Gem of Serenity, which... Correct me if I'm wrong. I think the Gem of Serenity is still in Kiana. It's just kind of sitting there. It's just been in Kiana since Chapter 8, and it hasn't gone anywhere. But, yeah, that's kind of scary. Are you trying to show off? Huh? Even if you do know how to use its power, you don't know how to properly wield it yet. Just another energy source and nothing else. I mean, it's still technically the Gem of Death. Because what's in the weapon? What's in Abyss Flower is the previous era core. And you don't know if your strength alone is enough to save Bronya. So please, let me help. Let's save Bronya together. I mean, technically, if we're going with the whole duality thing, Light Seele is the aspect of life, and Dark Seele is the aspect of death. You kinda need Light Seele to do this. I don't think it's a good idea to be letting out the vapors of serenity. Please don't do that. Alright. Listen, I'll try to draw out the unique power of this weapon. You need to follow me and feel that power, then lead it to Bronya. No problem, I'll try my best. I had no idea this was gonna happen. This is kind of interesting. That would be the biggest plot twist ever. Dark Seele is the life aspect and Light Seele is the death aspect. That would be the biggest twist ever. That's like a Final Fantasy XIV style twist. Oh yes, you thought that, you thought that light was positive and dark was negative, but aha. It seems like the kind of thing that they would do. Okay, I'm going to start. The girl closed her eyes and followed the guidance of the other voice in her heart. She felt... Ah... Don't drop Azure Waters on me. I haven't even read the manga yet. I know this song. First it was Rosa, now it's this song. Everything's just trying to make me cry. She felt Bronya's vitality in her arms and noticed a strange but familiar power nearby. She weaved her power into a thread that connects the two. Please, it has to work. Something tells me that, the Hershers of Life and Death are gonna be coming soon if this is happening. Now then, please, the other me. Wait, is this actually happening? Like everyone can see these flowers growing? Because this is something that Abyss Flower does. Oh. Stop hitting me with Azure Waters. I might be reading Azure Waters next week. I don't know about a full-blown cosplay, but I might try doing like a Seele or Bronya hair for it. It'll probably be a shorter stream, but I really want to read that manga. Did it work? Bronya. Really? Bronya lost consciousness once again, but Seele sensed that it was just drowsiness caused by excessive fatigue. I'm so glad, Bronya, you're alright. Thank you, Sele. Sele? The girl couldn't hear her own inner answer for a long time. Other me, are you alright? Other me. You're being annoying. I'm fine. Don't scare me like that. No killing off one of my favorite characters. Oh, you scared me. Somehow, I'm also tired. This abyss flower consumes life force, right? Anyway, it's not quite as taxing as I had imagined. Still. By the way, you were worried, right? Now they tease each other. Of course, don't scare me like that again. Wait, she admitted it? What should I say now? Dark Sele's like, haha, I'm a poke fun. Wait, you admit it? Fuck. Now what? Now what? I wanted to make fun of you. I wanted to laugh. Do you hear me, Sele? Alright, I'm the obedient Sele. I'll do whatever you... Yana? Wait, what is that? Oh. Uh-oh. Oh, wait. Otto's connecting to the imaginary tree. Wait, we saw... Tell me that's not the thing we saw in the second eruption? Oh. Uh-oh. Spoilers! I haven't seen that yet. I don't think, anyway. Oh well, I guess we look forward to that tomorrow, because I'm reading the rest of Second Eruption tomorrow. If you guys want to check it out. But that looks like imaginary constructs, which would mean that that's probably because Otto connected to the imaginary tree. Maybe the light curtain wasn't to keep them out, it was to keep that in. Judging from the energy readings and monitoring responses, it is indeed the grace field. Oh. Never mind. That's literally just the grace field. Okay. No, to be more accurate, it's the power of binding being used in a way similar to the grace field. Yana, get everyone out of there. If we get hit by that gear, it's all over. We don't know if it's a defensive measure triggered by breaking the light curtain or what, but it's rapidly spreading out with the imaginary seed as its core. Okay, so this is where the experiment comes in. Wait, does that mean... I'm curious, anyone who's done this chapter, if you didn't do... Like, do you know? Does the story just stop you here until you go do the side quest? Because I feel like it should. But that'd be kind of funny if it's just like, go talk to Amber. You gotta figure out how to deal with that. Sele, Rosa, Lily, can you move? Rosa could barely support her body with her greatsword. I gave all my power to Bronya just now, and I don't have much strength left. Lily has fallen asleep. I can barely carry her on my back. But Sele and Bronya... In Sele's arm, Bronya is breathing steadily, but she still showed no sign of regaining consciousness. It's okay, I can carry Bronya. What should I do? Technically all Herrscher power came from imaginary space anyway, including Elysian Pedion Gracefield. Yeah. Well, it's not that there's a side quest after this. In chapter 27, there was a side quest. I did it yesterday to catch up. But there was a side quest with Amber, where Amber tells you that Otto's planning to use the powers of binding, and she helps you do an experiment to figure out how to deal with it. And I'm just wondering if the reason that I'm just wondering if, like, the reason that quest was there was for this. So if you didn't do that side quest, the game is just like, go do the side quest. You don't know what to do yet. But I guess most of you probably finished the side quest before doing this chapter, so you wouldn't know. I should have experimented, darn. What should I do? Everyone looks incapacitated, but the gears aren't slowing down at all. Is there any way to deflect them? Kiana tried to hold the greatsword in her hands, but the power is still out of control. Shoot, my power still hasn't recovered. Everyone was silent for a while. The twisted gears were rapidly expanding and dropping near. All of a sudden, a roar pierced the air. That's the assault ship on the Hyperion. Teresa, when did you go out? This is good. Now that you're already here, Teresa, let the ground combatants board the assault ship as soon as possible and retreat. No, Doctor. Retreating won't work. Teresa? Oh, you can actually see. That is menacing. Seeing the grace field there? Holy crap. Ronya and the others just gone through a fight. Now they're exhausted. Oh! Considering the speed these gears are expanding at, I'm afraid it's risky if we retreat from the air. Doctor, do you remember that experiment we did on binding? Thank you! Oh my god, thank you for actually referencing the side quest. You mean... You guys have probably thought about it too. If I use the grace field to output the same binding power, Kion and the others will be safe. Wait, Teresa, theoretically it could work, but... Madam Teresa, you should know what the grace field means to you as a mantis. Is Teresa gonna lose her power? Also, I think that's the first time they've confirmed that Teresa is just straight up a mantis. I know. I experienced it during the second eruption. Come on, didn't you see that imaginary seed? To match that thing's strength. You'll die. Maybe. When the field is deployed, the ship engine powered by the Honkai energy will also stop running. Even we can't remotely control it from Hyperion. Worse, her body starts breaking down since she's half Honkai. Yeah? I know. Looks like we can't stop you. Thank you for your understanding, Doctor. The assault ship soared higher towards the Nihilist seed. The radio's signal grew weaker until it disappeared. It's so quiet around here, only a monotonous mechanical hum can be heard. 2000 Shixel HQ. Oh no. Oh, that's straight up just art from the manga. She was wearing that costume because Kiana liked it. Kiana liked Teresa's costume, so Cecilia made her wear it. Thank you for accompanying us to take Kiana's art photos, Teresa. She likes you very much. The last time I had a good chat with her was a peaceful afternoon. Sitting on the bench, they watched a father and daughter playing together in the distance and chatted for a while. Cecilia, your application to the Far East School program you applied to has been approved. Really, that's great. But be more diligent when you go through the process next time. This time, you didn't indicate the priority of the program on the files. Luckily, I happen to be a cautious person. Otherwise, who knows how long they'd have stayed on that stack of files. Thank you, Teresa. I feel that you care about this program a lot. Of course, it's your dream, isn't it? Kiana is growing up every day. If we don't hurry up, she will be too old for that school. Then help me realize another dream, okay? About last time's proposal. Do you want to be a teacher in my school, Teresa? Oh. Forget it. I can't be a teacher. Huh? Why not? I'm not good at dealing with kids. They won't see me as a teacher. Is that so? I think you'll be fine. Kiana likes you. I'd better stay at this HQ. You'll find better teachers, and I have a hunch that your daughter will be a bit more trouble than the other kids. I can't handle her. Oh boy. Ironically, she turned out alright. But, yeah, let's not go into that until it's confirmed. Thanks for the compliment. It's not a compliment, but maybe she'll be well behaved when she grows up, just like her dad. That's a bad comparison to make. Siegfried is not well behaved at all. Yeah. The two kept joking with each other. But Cecilia, why did you rush to build a Valkyrie school? Is it for Kiana? No, to be honest, I'd be glad if she didn't want to be a Valkyrie in the future. To be honest, I've thought about building a school for a long time now. A long time? After all, as you know, I've been training as a guardian since a very young age. I knew almost nothing about the world other than fighting Honkai. Until I met Siegfried. You know what happened when we first met. Uh-huh. You kicked his ass in an arcade. Was probably my favorite part of Second Eruption. I think tomorrow might take that cake, but I think that was what, chapters 15, 16, 17? Oh, it was so cute. At that time, I finally realized we could experience so much more than just fighting. Those experiences became a driving force for my Valkyrie career. That's the reason why I want to create a different branch. I want to give those students something I almost missed. A room with privacy, a beautiful garden, a delicious school cafeteria, lessons, activities, friends who you can skip school with together. I love how Cecilia was always hardworking. But the skip school with is like the most Kaslana thing. I feel like she was thinking about her family when she thought of that. I want them to experience the world freely as a person before becoming a Valkyrie. I see. Well, are you moved at all? The faculty can also enjoy what I mentioned above. I'm not so simple-minded. Still, a campus full of youth sounds like your style. Oh yes, speaking of youth, the school has to have a big swimming pool. You could build it by the sea or on an island. Everyone could spend summer hanging out. Yeah, they will play outside and have claw machines, an arcade, an amusement park. I used to enjoy arcades. Don't remind Ziggy, he might get upset. They wouldn't want to study anymore. Huh, you think so? Maybe think about only opening them on weekends. Haha, that's more reasonable. I just want them to have their own lives. A life that has nothing to do with their career or responsibilities. A life where they can wholeheartedly make themselves happier. Oh. Even as Valkyries, I want them to see things for themselves, experience the world at their own pace. You know, I always knew for a long time now that it was Cecilia's dream to make the school, but I didn't know how wholesome it was. I didn't realize the actual reason, not just Ziggy. Cecilia outscored Otto in the Callan Fantasy, which is why he banned her. Yeah, that's true. I remember that. I hope that one day they will be able to decide their own destiny and choose what they want to protect. I hope they will have beautiful memories in mind when they cry out, fight for all that's beautiful in the world. I hope they truly understand what that means. Then what we need to do is be witness to and protect them all. Yes, you're right. Teresa, it's okay if you don't want to be a teacher. Why bring that up again? But I hope that once in a while you'll come by to see Kiana and her classmates at school. I'm sure you'll be in for a surprise. Then I'll be looking forward to it. Speaking of which, for a unique school like this, it may not be appropriate to call it Far East School. Why not consider using another name? Ah, you're right. How'd they come up with the name? What should we call it? Wait, isn't Freya just another goddess of the moon? Well, we need to think about that. How about Saint Freya? It stands for youth. Oh, okay, youth. Flashbacks are scary. It's just like you said, Cecilia. The students of Saint Freya— oh, don't play this again! Students of Saint Freya have grown so much. We can't even believe it. Come on, it's been what? 17 chapters? Don't torture me again with feelings. They can now decide their own destiny, choose what they want to protect, and they will never stop going forward, even if they are far apart from each other. Although students of Saint Freya do cause all sorts of trouble, but you're right, Cecilia. This is the future that is different from ours. This is the future we should protect. Teresa took a deep breath. Judah, my old friend, you have always been all-powerful. So please, help me one last time. Thumbnail! Oath of Judah, level 0 output. Grace barrier. Directional expansion. It happened in an instant. The divine key hit the imaginary seed accurately. The chain reaction made all the gears covering the sky lose their power. They broke, dissipated, and collapsed. The power of binding had no effect. Otto's church was no longer guarded by any barriers. Teresa Apocalypse had achieved the expected victory and paid the expected price. Please tell me she falls to Seele and Seele helps her. Please. What happened? Did it work? The imaginary seed was broken, and the gears in the sky were fading. The power of binding was gone. Wonderful. Her vision began to blur, and the sound of wind in her ears gradually faded away. She wanted to speak, but her lips— no, her entire body had no consciousness at all. Am I falling? She could no longer feel the wind, the gears that grew farther and farther, and the strands of hair brushing in her vision reminded herself of that fact. Yana, Bronya, I'm glad that you're all right. Light. They would not kill Teresa in some little stop-motion thing. They would use a frickin' cinematic. I'm just gonna tell myself that and keep going. Remember that she lived till APHO. Oh, okay. Hmm. You know, APHO left my mind and I was just like, oh no, she's gonna die. But you're right, she is an APHO, which means somehow she survives this. What is that? A holy white light shot down from the sky. It didn't feel threatening, but rather reassuring. In Teresa's memory. See, I'm just so immersed and sunk in, I'm not thinking of future. I'm only thinking of present and past. So my heart sank. I genuinely thought, oh my god, Teresa might die. In Teresa's memory, she'd only seen such holy light in one person. Cecilia. Callan? The Yai crest? Is After saying the name in her head, Teresa lost all strength. She closed her eyes and let herself fall into unconsciousness and fall. Oh, that's the end of part 1, I'm assuming? Or was that part 2? Holy crap. No main missions for now. That's the end? That was nowhere near as long as I thought it would be. Do I have to leave and come back? Because actually, that's the only time I saw that mark, isn't it? So that would be part 1 done. I'm gonna quickly do this side mission. That's the end of Act 1. Okay. So I'm assuming I have to leave and come back to get Act 2. Take a picture. Press the shutter. Which one is the shutter? Use Raymond's stealth? What? Ooh. Was that this one? Was it that one? Okay, that was that one. Okay, we took a picture of it. This is a really old side quest. Take my ultimate skill. Cliffhanger! Oh, I don't have enough energy. And bonk. Okay, leave me alone. Didn't expect enemies to show up here. Darn it, the picture was blown away by the wind. Gotta find it. Should be around. Why don't I just take another one? But yeah, I'm just gonna quickly do this side quest just to get it out of the way because we have to leave and come back. Yeah. It's intact, but seems something stepped on the back and left a mark. Hopefully Lue won't mind. Where is Lue anyway? Is still at the top left? Yep. Teleport. Yeah, I'm not gonna continue doing multiple. I'm gonna finish this one and then be done. You looked the wrong way. I now must kill you. Too slow. Oh well. Ah, gosh darn it. I always miscount with this character lately. Yeah, just quickly finish this side quest. Got the picture. Great. Let me see. Sorry, the back of the photo was stained. Let me see. This mark, could it be? It should be the footprint of a Honkai beast in the records. Sorry, I think I messed it up. This footprint may be an even better gift for my girl. Such a clear and rare one. She always wanted to see a Honkai beast with her own eyes. Thank you so much for getting me this precious photo. Okay, is that the end of those quests? Okay. Oh, nope, there's another side quest. Picture book. Again, him. Not gonna do it right now, though. I just wanted to finish the one I was on. But yeah, those are chapter 26 side quests. Oh, bubble. Boom! Also have to do this. I have no idea what this is. The interstice exploration. Story week 2 updated. It's being told to us by Bianca. Okay, I think Bianca's gonna be... I think the next part's gonna be what I thought. Can I please... Wait, oh. Oh. I don't own that character. So that's a story thing. I'm just gonna claim rewards. Oops, I keep forgetting you don't back there. Oh boy. Curtain mission Drifter, and it's off the map. Can I add? She's fire, right? So... I'm gonna add Azure Emporia. I'm gonna add Raven. Now I got supports. But I can see why they made me leave. Because apparently we get to use Bianca. Despite me not owning her. 17 years and 8 months. This almost looks like the Tower of Babel, but then this looks like it's on the moon, and these look a lot like the Moon Palace. Compared to 50,000 years, this was just a short moment. As I have been forced to work again, let's do things by routine. Tell each visitor what kind of power they have inherited. What is talking? Then inscribe in their souls the promise that once belonged to him. What's going on? Why isn't the revelation of stigmata forming normally? That person isn't a part of them, are they? No, that's impossible. Huh. I don't think that was Void Archives. That almost seemed like it was... That seemed like that might have been some sort of system, probably part of Project Stigma. Which is making it look more like Gun Girls. As far as I know in Gun Girls, Project Stigma was a powerful AI that stored all the genetic history of people in Stigma. And it is the thing that saved humanity and brought them back and gave them the genetics of the past. Maybe Project Stigma wasn't so different. Imaginary space. Seeing this again, I'm assuming 17 years, 8 months is referring to Bianca's age, but I'm not 100% sure though. 17 years, 8 months, I believe, is, God damn it, that's since, the second eruption, I'm pretty sure. That's the, last time the, imaginary tree was, like, touched, I guess. At least by people in this world. I'm guessing that's what it is, or something. Or it could just be talking about the people that... something that happened in there. Again, I haven't finished Second Eruption. I'm doing the last, like, 17 chapters tomorrow. But... that's very close to Second Eruption. And as far as we know, Bianca's age is older than that right now. She's a little older than that. I'm pretty sure at this point in the story, most of the characters are like 1920. Most of the Valkyries we know anyway. I think Bronya's a few years younger. Well, basically all the orphans. The origin of the universe, where laws converge. The meaning of time here cannot be understood based on common sense, and the operation of things here cannot be calculated by the study of mechanics. For mere mortals, without special precautions, it's almost impossible to sustain an existence here. But this girl was an exception. In many ways. Not long ago, she went deep into the hinterlands of imaginary space and escaped successfully with the support of her friends. Yeah, sometime since the current storyline is 2017. I don't know what month they're in now. Yeah, I don't know either. The time is kind of weird and fluid sometimes. And I really need to get to the Bianca visual novel. I'll get to all the visual novels as I get through my second account story and replay the story, which next week I'm probably going to be doing 9EX and 9EX2. And then I'll probably do, maybe I'll read manga on the same stream. Maybe I'll do those 2 chapters because they're shorter, and then I'll read Azure Waters. That way I'm ready for chapter 10. And then at some point soon I'm going to have to find the AE visual novel. Sumeru faithfully kept record for her of that precious experience. Oh, was that Sumeru talking maybe then? The girl found returning from imaginary space back to reality not all that difficult. She was not wrong about her own strength, but at that point she had encountered some unexpected problems. What's that sound in my head? Is that the people from Bubble Universe trying to reach her? Or just Durandal trying to reach her? Actual Durandal, not Bianca Durandal? Durandal's a sword, with an AI. Everything is muffled. Strange. Is that noise some kind of entanglement phenomenon in the imaginary space? It'd be cool if we eventually get to figure out what's being said here. Unknown noises rippled through the void. The ripples overlaid each other to reveal the real spatial structure and drew the girl in. Ooh. Oh boy. Although I have passed through the absolute nothingness, I clearly haven't returned to the inner parts of Sumeru. Genius's signal is very unstable and cannot be used for communication and precise positioning. Is it because of the noise just now, or... Anyway, let's sort things out. In the previous battle with the Overseer, I defeated him momentarily, but he also found an opportunity to exile me to the imaginary space. And this place seems to be part of the imaginary space. That space ability the Overseer used, did it come from the cosmic juggernaut? Did he choose a place to exile me to, at random, or purposefully choose this place? No, it's not the time to think about these questions. Can I spin the camera around Durandal, please? Please, Bianca? Whatever his methods and goals, I should go back to the outside world as soon as possible. I can't solve anything just by standing here and thinking. At least Genius can point me in some direction. Let's head that way and see what clues we can find. Okay, there's no tree. I was gonna say, is the tree behind me? There's no tree yet. Because I recognize this place. I did watch the cinematic. I'm still not sure what the heck is going on in that cinematic and what this place is. But, Astral Harness power is unstable here. Be careful out there. Can I ignore them, or am I supposed to fight? Huh, she's not getting any gauge. Or wait, actually her gauge is from her ult, isn't it? It's been a while since I've used this one. Oh, her gauge is literally just draining. Okay. To the sparkles. I like how she leaves my... Yeah, little details. Footprints. View. The illuminated point turned into bottled notes? Oh, bottle. Is this some sort of illusion? Durandal pulled the cork off the bottled notes and took out the note. It was incomplete, seemingly torn from a notebook. This is indeed a unique dimension of the imaginary space. Never-ending history seems to take on some weird forms in your subconscious. Anyway, since I've been stuck here for a long time, I have to write something to maintain my sanity. I noticed something strange that wasn't supposed to be here. Maybe that's how some that have lost their essence look like to me. Perhaps what I'm doing now is just a hopeless gamble, but one has to try. These are some vague clues. The person who left the note seemed to encounter something that was difficult to resolve. At least it's something. Let's keep looking in the direction Genius pointed in. I see a building in the distance that looks different than everything else. I don't really recognize these too much. Looks like some like almost European, almost ancient as well, like old South European architecture. I don't know. I don't know if the architecture actually matters, if they actually thought of that. Of course, the illuminated point turned into a bottled note. Durandal picked up the second bottled notes and took out the note. After using the device to travel through memories and several pieces of history, I was one step closer to being free again. But it was at that last step that I failed. Everything went back to the beginning. Like before, I can't harness that power at all, let alone use it to pass the trial. If you found this note, I wish you luck. Don't wear yourself out like I did with repeated challenges. The last step, trial, worn out. This space seems a lot more dangerous than it appears. That being said, there's no point in stopping. Let's keep going in the direction Genius pointed to. The house. Oh, no, we're turning away from the house. Whoa! Boom. I wish I had this suit. Like, I have the new Kiana, so I don't need it. But this suit is just fun to play. Another bottle. Yep. Durandal opened the third bottle notes that was transformed by light. Although for me this was the 28th challenge, the judge of the trial won't admit it at all. Does it have no understanding of this? Or am I worn out to the point where others have trouble recognizing me? Did I have a name before? Forget it. I'm trapped here. I have nothing to lose. This is what it means to be worn out. Is it because he had been trapped for too long? Or... No, I can't make an effective judgment based on just these notes. Let's continue to look for a breakthrough in the direction that Genius pointed to. It sounds like as he kept doing the challenges over and over, he was losing his sense of self. Oh. Fine, before I look at the fancy box, I will deal with you guys. This is clearly scaled for you to just use her. Ding. Ding. Okay. Huh. It's similar It looks similar to Void Archives. It looks similar to the Key of well, quote-unquote Key of Corruption. The black box that the Curse of Corruption was sealed in. But it has crystals coming out of it. Bianca's arm and leg are covered in black. Yeah. She wearing gloves and socks. Genius indicator vibrated as Durandal approached it. Is this the device mentioned in the bottled notes? Doesn't look like it at all. According to that person, I should use it to gradually approach the final educator. Is there any clue here? Durandal found a broken photo in the sand underfoot. Okay, I think I'm watching the trailers at the end of this stream. I am pretty sure I know exactly where this is going. It's a photo taken at Homeworld or somewhere similar. Can't find anything that can be used as a clue on it, but you can see the edge of someone's face, Bianca. Let's put it away for now. Looks like there's no other clues around here. When you're ready, find a way to activate the device. There's nothing else around? Okay. Somewhat sidetracked, but I see something over there, and I don't know what it is. What is that? Is it just grass? Why is there just grass in this one spot? Oh, it's feathers. Oh, that's from me using Raven. That's my fault. Okay, never mind. I'm a dummy. I thought it was part of the story. Oh yeah, there's some feathers over there too. God damn it, Raven. Confusing me. Okay, let's try to activate it. Let me look at it first. That is definitely old school looking. Oh, I honestly never noticed her gloves before playing DA for quite a while now. Weird. The thing is, this is what she looks like without her burst form. After you use her ult a little bit and you hold down attack, she puts on armor, so it covers the gloves. And I mean, that's her flashiest animations when she's in her armor, so that's probably why. But, huh. That's some, like, alchemy-looking stuff on the box. Guess we'll find out what it is. Guess I'm worn out by imaginary space, too. Oh no, don't lose yourself. Don't forget your name. Unlike the space-time projector in Colliston, the device here did not change the surrounding environment, but projected people into other spaces. It's dreamlike. That's the actual past, the shadow left in time by history. Young Bianca, I'm hungry. It's so bright outside. Why didn't anyone wake me up? How far back is this? Right. This is a nursing home. Why did I think that someone would wake me up? Last month, I picked my name and birthday here. Bianca picked her own name? She did that unconsciously? They said my head had been so badly injured that I had to go through an operation. And she's gonna have a bandage covering her right eye. But the cost was losing any memory before coming here, forever. Forget it, there's no point in dwelling on what's been lost. Although I had a lazy morning, it's important to do some exercise every day. Jog 5 laps around the nursing home, then do 50 push-ups and 30 pull-ups. Is this before the visual novel, or is that literally a scene from the visual novel? Oh, Sochi's sanatorium. I sure do miss it. But a real sanatorium would never have this. Go check it out. Can I check anything else out? Oh, this is interesting. They didn't let us run around upstairs last time. Don't mind me while I look at the open doors. Oh, nope, won't let me. I can't look at anything. Oh, come on. You can't leave a bright, glowing, open door and not let me touch it. Well, down we go. Let's go look at the Homu. A giant puppet. He looks a little out of it. Huge doll. It's asleep. Hi. Hi. Hey. Arundel kicked the giant doll's rear end. Ow, that hurts. Huh? Who are you? I have poor memory, but I have never seen you around here before. This is the first time we've met. Arundel briefly introduced herself. So who are you? Me? I guess I'm a consciousness that forgot its own name and face. What do I look like to you? Like a giant doll. Doll? Let me guess. Am I a Homu? No. Perhaps a Hola. No way. I'm the Homu Emperor, right? You're like emo Homu. Couldn't you just look like yourself? Of course. I can't see myself. Can't see yourself? You mean... Yeah, I have completely forgotten my appearance and name. And in this space, to forget means to have lost. When I look at my body, all I see is something like a translucent figure. Hey, don't make that face. Once you get used to it, it's not so bad. This is what happens to people who fall into imaginary space? Let's sip on some copium. Here, I'll drink some coffee too. But the puppets said that they found the gem of haste floating by itself in imaginary space. Could you imagine if there's a specter of Himiko we're gonna find someday like this? Just a specter that doesn't remember its name, doesn't remember what it looked like, but the voice is clearly Himiko? Could you imagine? I think that would be more heartbreaking than finding out that she just died. But I can see MiHoYo doing it. If this is what happens to people who fall into imaginary space. Hey, don't make that face. Once you get used to it, it's not so bad. Well, I've got some good sleep. Yeah. But it makes you wonder, right? The huge doll tried its best to stretch. Tell me, why did you wake me up? I need to go through here. Also, I don't know where from, but I recognize the mark on his chest. The, like, 2 crossed lines. That looks really familiar, and I don't know why. Go through? But this hall leads to nowhere. What do you mean? I mean, I have never found a way that leads anywhere else. No. I've forgotten my appearance and name, so maybe I used to know how to get in and out from this place. I just don't remember. It's crazy to think this is probably the guy that wrote the notes. Sorry, love. I can't help you. Himiko at least had the Gem of Haste, which stored her mind, much like Siren was stored in the Void Core. Yeah, that's true. So if it is true and that happens, if they ever wanted to do, you know, Islands Chapter 35 Copium, if we ever found her soul drifting with no memories, Kiana has her memories. So technically that could be fixed. It's interesting to think of. It's something I never once dreamed of. It's something I never thought of, that, oh, the souls that fall into the imaginary space are just drifting there without memories. But if there's any way she's coming back, that's probably what it's gonna be. I'm still doubtful, but we'll see. This photo and these notes, are they yours? Durandal handed the huge doll the photo and notes she found in the desert. Photo isn't theirs, I don't think. The doll looked at the damaged photo. A giant yellow doll stood out in the middle. Do I look like this in your eyes? No, to be frank, you look much more worn out than the one in the photo. After all, everything is faded to white. Well then. Huh? The huge doll froze when it saw the handwriting on the note. It's true, this is my handwriting. Congrats, you didn't forget what your handwriting looks like. But I'm sorry, I really have no memory of the experiences recorded. I understand. It's all a bit weird to say, but I've lost some memories too. I know how it feels. Oh, yep, this is definitely gonna be what I think it is. Others comment about you, record of you, and the you that others imagine. In the end, you will feel that these are nothing but illusions. Unless... No, I can't jump to conclusions about things I've never experienced. Anyway, since you don't know the way out, let's investigate this place carefully, together. After all, you seem to have broken through similar spaces more than once in the past. You're right. I left those notes, so it must mean that I've been to the deepest parts of this place by myself many times. Nice, I feel confident all of a sudden. Come on, let's find the clues, our memories, and the way to freedom. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I have a funny feeling. I mean, imaginary space and the imaginary tree is literally just storage. It's a storage of history, which means Bianca's memories can be recovered here in imaginary space. She can find those memories. His mood changes pretty fast. Anyway, let's try to find that weird-looking device around here first. Oh, convenient. It's right here. May, Kevin is still alive. Oh no! Who is this? He'll be back soon, and then you'll be reunited. He's still alive. That's wonderful. He is humanity's only hope now. As long as he lives, our civilization will not disappear. It's a pity that I can't see him again. May, your condition... It seems that my body has reached its limit. I can't even see you clearly now. If this is from one of the mangas, I haven't read it yet. Just now, I could barely maintain my consciousness. Now my mind is clearer, but I'm afraid it's just a flashback. Thank you, Sue. It's thanks to your medicine that I can last until now. That's not the name I wanted to see. Well, the like greenish gray one is Sue. But that makes me like... Does that mean that the person that tried to get out of here time and time again is Sue? Like he's lost all his memories? This is all that's left? That's... Oh, I don't want to hear that. I can put together my final plan. There are 2 letters on the table. One is for Kevin, the other is for you. You know what Kevin is carrying. You can read his letter to learn more about the plans and this child of ours. Well, a lot of people weren't sure if Kevin's child was canon. So, the child is canon. Kevin and May's artificially inseminated child, canon. Well, test tube baby, I guess, wasn't. As far as we know, May created a test tube baby between her and Kevin. A strange, warm current suddenly appeared in the depths of her memory, but disappeared quickly. However, Sue, you must never let him see my letter for you. Oh, the third project. I don't remember the name of it. I've heard, again, I've seen tiny bits of lore that I haven't actually, I don't know where it's from. So this has to be from a manga. I guess I'll get to it. But I know that Sue was told to keep Kevin in check, that if Kevin did anything wrong, he had to stop him. Why? Why me? You'll know when you read it. I'm sorry it has to be like this. Sorry, Kevin. I told you that I had recovered and we'd be together when you came back from the moon. Did you know I was lying, but still choose to believe? Is this the memory of those pioneers 50,000 years ago? Previous era, but the consciousness of these two is unlikely to have anything to do with Homu or him, who is behind everything. You'll come across your own memories and the memories of others just like this, right? Huh? Ah, it would seem so. Okay. So then, that makes it sound like this isn't Sue, but God, I don't want to see Sue like that. Shattered with no memories. Regulator, okay, that's what it was. Yeah, the backup plan. All I know is that it was to stop Kevin, and I think that's the community's theory of how Kevin ended up in the Sea of Quanta. But there's been no confirmation as far as I know. I don't think I'm the owner of that memory. Good. It's just, when that memory floods my mind, it feels so familiar. Perhaps I once had a similar experience, back when my memory was still complete. Do you remember anything? No, not exactly. Anyway, we have a good start, right? At least my instinct tells me that we're on the right track. Manga showed what happened to Sue, and it's much better than Huge Doll here, don't worry. Well, I know hints of it, because it's already been talked about, that Bianca met Sue, and Sue gave Bianca the seed of Sumeru. Like, that much I know. But I want to know what happened to Sue after that, but I guess we probably won't know. But we'll see. I'll get to them all in the manga. I'm gonna read them all. Anyway, we have a good start, right? At least my instinct tells me we're on the right track. Okay, let's find the next memory. The huge doll moved its clumsy body and squatted on the ground to start searching, as if it were looking for glass marbles for kids. It's hard to say if this is a good way to find memories or not, but he seems to be working at it really hard. For now, I'll trust his instincts. Oh, I see it. That one was actually kind of hard to see. They all look the same. In the second Divine Key manga. Okay, that would make sense. I haven't read that one yet. That one, I believe, is a little further in. So, I'll get to it eventually. I need to look up again when I have to read the manga, because the last manga I know for sure is that I read the one about World Serpent. I think it was chapter 12? It's right before you see a lot of the Arc City stuff I'm supposed to read. It's World Serpent. But other than that, I don't know when I'm supposed to read a lot of the later mangas, so I'm gonna have to look up a list for that. But let's see, this memory. I'll never get tired of her sleeping face. Is that voice what I think it is? Oh, not quite. Still, it's time to wake up, Callan. Hey! Stop tickling me, Dad. Oh. No, what was it? Sir Frederick? Was that his name? Callan's dad? I can't remember. Oh, have you forgotten? This is how I used to wake you up when you were 2 or 3 years old. Then you made me cry. Mom was so angry that she pulled you aside. Do you think no one ever told me that? Second key is right before the release of Dea Ancora, so you are more than safe to read it by now, although read London Holiday before second key. Well, you have to remember, Ao, as much as I'm doing this now on my main account, I'm reading manga in time with my second account. I rushed the first, 15 chapters on this account last year when I started playing. I didn't pay much attention. So I'm replaying the story on my new account. I already did the first 9 chapters. That's why I started reading all the manga, was because I finished chapter 9. So next week I'm going to be doing 9EX1 and 9EX2, and then Azure Waters. But I want to try reading the mangas when it's the right time on my second account, so that I have all the context and I can understand the lore better. But yeah, I know technically I've seen all the chapters, I just don't remember all the early chapters very well, so I want to do them after I catch up with my other account. Is that so? I can't remember. Hey, forget about it. I'm finally free today. How about we go and do some morning exercise together? Well, will you teach me the real Kaslana gun kata? Huh? Do you mean that what you learned at school is fake? Well, what I learned at school is nothing compared to your 48 form, Dad. That's not true, Callan. The basics are the foundation of everything. The so-called 16 form, 24 form, and 48 form are just their extensions. If you don't believe me, how about we try it out? I'll only use the first 3 moves of Kaslana Gun Kata, and you can use any move you want. If I lose, I'll teach you all about Kaslana Gun Kata, okay? You promise? No take backsies? Haha, sure. I feel like this has to be new lore, right? If this isn't a manga, I have no idea what manga, and that'll be a nice surprise. But I can't think of what manga would have Callan training with her dad after finishing Ellen Palatinus. A new name has appeared in this memory. Yeah, that little girl's name is Callan, and she's practicing the Kaslana Gun Kata with her father. I think the order is roughly London Holiday, Chapter 17, second key, then roughly in that order. Okay. Thank you. And then, if I'm remembering right, the lore from those, it would be APHO, though I've already done APHO, and Alien Space. And then it gets to 25EX? Just following the chain of Bianca lore? I don't know if really APHO counts for that, but Alien Space does. I'm just trying to remember, because I looked up all the mangas and when I should read them before. It's just been a while. Do you know anything about these two names? Not really. I can't remember where I heard them, but they give me a strange feeling. Strange feeling? How do I put it? When I repeat Gaslana Gunkata in my heart, I feel like my blood is surging. Is this an old Kaslana? I see. Or is this not some random person? Is this literally like... Is this almost like an avatar of her memories? Like, is this the piece of her she lost or something, and they're just using a male voice to confuse us? The girl suddenly took a step back and drew a circle around herself with her toe, and she performed a dazzling set of fighting moves within the small space. This is the 16 form Kaslana Kangata that they mentioned in that memory. Do they remind you of anything? I just felt my blood surging again. Wait, what is that? Oh, is that enemy blocking the path? What more proof do I need that we're on the right road? Anyway, leave this to me. Get together. I see I still cannot hold a charge. Huh, even though it was a bit troublesome, I guess it got resolved smoothly. I mean, yeah. Yeah, no. If I'm just asking questions and rambling, please don't answer me if it's a spoiler. Please don't. I'll find it. I like thinking. I like trying to figure it out. And I want to put it out in voice so you guys can hear my thinking. But yeah, for sure, if I ask a question that's spoiler, just don't say anything. According to my experience, a device like this should be able to take us to the next space. Oh, because it has flowers on it? This one's special? Sorry, you've been trying hard, and I can't recall anything valuable. It's okay, you don't have to feel stressed. The path we are taking now might be one that you've taken before. If we follow it, even if you can't get your memory back, I'm sure it will help you become complete again. You're really something else. Me? Yes, I feel like you're really good at motivating yourself and others while still keeping level-headed. I just quoted what others have told me. That person said, no matter what it is, the self, the human world, or the universe, their meaning cannot be measured by results. All life in the world starts from nothing, and to nothing it shall return. Is that Otto? I can see that being Otto, I can see that being Sue. But the road under our feet will determine the meaning of our lives. Although it's a pity that we forget where we came from, as long as we know where we're going, the past will keep supporting us. You mean to focus on our steps? That's a good goal. It's not out of reach, but it's also not easy. After all, there are many people who could have gone further but ended up where I'm at now. What are you talking about? Life is about moving forward, right? Forgetting who you were doesn't mean you lose your future. Come on, cheer up. We need to move on. Yeah, it looks exactly the same as the previous ones. It's interesting. This thing gives me very big, like, Sele vibes. Like, it gives me Hersher of Death, like, life and death vibes. As the girl's consciousness sank into the depths of her memory once more, an observer in the void also began contemplating a countermeasure. Well, it looks like I need to be more patient. Unlike them, the stigmas in your body are cleverly concealed. And they were led toward different directions by different people in different ways. Huh, you're quite the favorite child, Durando. Your overseer forced you here. Perhaps he wants to use you to let the space that has long pervaded this area regress and collapse, and open the final path for his own career. But the tragic desire contained in the stigma is absolute. Whoever bears it will meet their own destiny, whether they want to or not. That's interesting, but they're saying stigma is absolute. So no matter what, if you have a stigma, you will go through with it. You win? There's no winning in this. Unless... The roar of the engine gradually stopped. In the girl's memory, the unique cold air in the sky was stimulating the sensitive nerves of her nose. This is the Floating Isles, Shixel's central HQ. Let's do this. Valkyrie admission test. I'm ready. Hey, watch your back. Oh, sorry. Do you need any help? Is that how they met? Help? Yeah, sure. I need to report to A51. Do you know the way? You're here to take the Valkyrie admission test, right? Turn right ahead and go straight down that corridor. You will find A51 on your left. Thanks. You're welcome. Wait. What? Is something wrong? Left is this way, right's that way. You're going the wrong way. Are numbers just larger than letters? Maybe? I know my left from my right. I'm just looking around. If you don't mind, I'll walk you to A51. It does seem that way, doesn't it? Interesting font. I just remembered that I have something to do in A52. It's right beside A51. Aw, Rita. Well, in that case, I can't say no. Alright, let's go. Speaking of which, you look pretty relaxed. 2 years ago, when I took the Valkyrie admission test, I was so nervous that I couldn't speak. But it's just a test, right? I guess I was too afraid of letting my family down. They left their own shop in England to accompany me here. Well, I guess this is a blessing in disguise, huh? After all, I've been alone for as long as I can remember. Sorry, I didn't realize. It's alright. I can take care of myself in this world. Why should I envy others? Why isn't stuff like this in the game earlier? Like, I won't lie, I knew so little about Durandal and Bianca. I didn't care about the character. The character wasn't interesting to me. I feel like you need to read her visual novel and know her past to really care about the character. And I have a funny feeling this chapter is going to make us all love Bianca way more. if I'm right about what's happening in this part. Besides... Ah, A51, it's right here. Yeah, it's not far. Well, good luck on your test, future Valkyrie. I don't know about all that, but thank you. I really enjoyed talking with you. Bye. So that's how they first met. This is how I met her. Although we didn't know each other at the time, this strange destiny later connected us through the mission of the Sea of Quanta. After that, we became S-rank Valkyries together and formed the Immortal Blades. We probably didn't too much. Yeah, I like it. But I mean, that's fair. They didn't want people to figure out the big secret, but it was really obvious, especially once they released Kiana's new suit. It was really obvious. In retrospect, we have come so far. Then she became good friends with you, right? Yes, that was the beginning of my Valkyrie career. Although it was a bit messy at first, in hindsight, it's worth remembering. Wait, why did your voice change? That's because we're not him, silly. Unlike us, he's a ghostly image left by someone's consciousness. In his captivity, he always missed his family, and we are the result of this feeling. He's so worn out, he doesn't even know that he doesn't exist in space the same way you do. You forgot about the rabbit things. But he sent us here unconsciously. Maybe he hopes that we could take his place and accompany you on this journey. How come you haven't spoiled yourself on the latest plot twist yet? Let me slap it all over your head. See, I'm still kind of annoyed that over the weekend, MiHoYo posted the spoiler on Twitter. Like, I figured it out months ago when I was playing through the story, but the fact that they just blatantly posted it like a day or two after it showed up in the story, I wasn't very happy with. Like, it wasn't a spoiler really for me, but I can only imagine there's some people who had no idea and saw that Twitter post. I don't know. That's probably one of the few times I've seen MiHoYo make a big mistake. So, to put it simply, you and he all came from someone's memory. Yes, this place is the gap where the imaginary spaces become entangled, and the shadow left by his countless challenges and failures. Of course, because of your appearance, it is influenced by you as well. For example, that nursing home. I'm glad I don't use Twitter. Yeah, they straight up spoiled a big plot twist from this chapter, and that's why I was pretty sure it was going to be shown today. I'm pretty sure they posted all those trailers and videos because the spoilers are gone in the chapter, but they still should have waited another week or two, in my opinion. Wait till the chapter's over, then post spoilers. Oh, yeah, read that. You mean, there's a connection between us already. Correct. The illusion you just left was originally his remaining memory, the restoration of his home. Due to your intrusion, it was modified by your consciousness to become a nursing home. The imaginary space, the creation of consciousness, will change with memory? Oh my gosh, fans can't spoil the story if you do it first. Oh my gosh. Are you saying that the place I'm in now is actually someone's stigma space? Yes and no. It likely belongs to a cursed family, the imprint of that bloodline at its origin. We are also mere ghostly images, so what we know is not comprehensive. So we suggest you keep looking for those lost memory fragments. The more you find, the more we can remember. Your search for memory may have just begun, but we will try to help you return to your own world according to his wish. Thank you. I hope he can be free in the end. I love how bizarre this is, by the way, but Bianca isn't fazed. Bianca's spoken to aliens, she's seen crazy stuff in alternate realities. Bianca's just like, this is normal, whatever. Giant talking dolls. Just... In the girl's heart, she had always felt sympathy for those unknown heroes with unfortunate fates. In fact, the reason why she became a Valkyrie was to fulfill the mission that Ragna failed to complete. Oh, she was inspired by Ragna too, just like Rita. At the age of 12, she once opened her heart to Rita under the dreamy, starry sky of the bubble universe. Well, it's like some obsessive-compulsive disorder. If I fail to do the best I can, I'll be unhappy. I hate explaining this. I know that my personality is more or less problematic, and I can imagine that I will probably become a boring person because of this in 5 or 10 years. But it's the only way I know to make myself stronger. I need to get stronger, and even stronger still. Most of my relatives, teachers, and fellow Valkyries are gone already. Only you knew. Their lives came to an abrupt end. Like a piece of paper, they were shredded by some superior evil will. Anyone who knows me, this is my favorite, one of my favorite background themes in Honkai. Oh, I love this one. I hate that. So whatever they failed to do, I want to try my hardest to make it happen. In her life so far, the girl had been fulfilling this requirement for herself in her own way. She knew her weaknesses: short-tempered, reckless, simple-minded, forgetful. Sounds familiar. So she constantly honed herself to become calmer, more practical, more rational, until others began to see her as aloof. Still, from time to time she felt that she was still far from being the strongest guardian. No, it's pointless to dream of saving someone else without an achievable plan. Let's spring into action. We should hurry up and continue to look in the direction that genius pointed to for a breakthrough. The fiery red doll fell silent, as though it saw through what she had experienced. The pink doll on the side saw this and rushed in to save the situation. You're right, but the space here is huge. If you fail to touch the memory fragments in time, your own spirit is at risk of getting lost. Please be careful. They're right. Don't get lost. Well, this one's close. Oh, and there's this. This memory seems unreadable. Well, at least the fog nearby had mostly cleared up. So this literally is basically saying don't run around too much. The school bell that would be in use tomorrow rang in the night. Well, the bell works fine. Tomorrow is the enrollment day. We only have 10 students, but starting from scratch is never easy. Is that Teresa?
Cecilia.
It is Cecilia. Saint Freya will be a new start. The owner of the memory examined a photo in her hand. Alas, it's been almost 10 years. And in the end, I failed to take care of Kiana. Now, Siegfried is in exile and can't be reached. Kiana is seriously injured and has been staying in a fully enclosed medical tank for over a year. Grandpa didn't allow me to visit her, even once. Cecilia, we used to imagine things together, but it seems that only this school became a reality. Hopefully, when Kiana recovers, she can be a student here too. Before that, I must work together with the teachers and students here and try to be a competent principal. It's Teresa's memory this time. Teresa has been working hard in her own way. Huh? You can remember her, right? To be precise, when you touch the memory, your understanding of her was passed to us automatically. As I said, we are freer beings compared to you. We can even learn things that you don't know through the memories you touch. So, do you know the source of this space and how it works? No, I guess that requires more intense memory stimulation. I can think of someone who fell into imaginary space after being here. For example, the last moments of someone important. Okay, after I said that, don't say that. Hey, to remember more, you don't have to use sad memories, right? Yeah, please, don't pull some final lesson crap, please. But the stimulation is necessary. Nonsense. I want to see something nice and happy. Nice and happy. Well, this is what they call only Alice can defeat Dame de Coeur. Hey, are you humiliating me with words I don't understand? The timeline in those memories have so much plot holes. It makes it so confusing. I mean, I feel like a lot of the plot holes are kind of coming together, though. Like, what are you saying is a plot hole? As far as we know, Ziggy and Kiana went to save the experiments that Otto was working on and found K423. They released K423 and the three of them tried running together. And then I believe they got separated from Kiana. Kiana got injured while Ziggy fought the Hersher of the Void that had awoken from K423. Otto took in Kiana and, as we saw, was put into a medical tank, apparently. And then I think it was like a year or two after that, of Ziggy just traveling with K423, that she finally defended Ziggy and Ziggy accepted her. Just me piecing things together from different places. Some of it was from Teresa's backstory, some of it's from Second Eruption, some of it was from some of the earlier mangas. I can't remember which one it was. I think it was AE Invasion that they went over Kiana's backstory. But it makes sense. That was like a year after Ziggy ran away. She says Ziggy is in 10 years exile. I don't know when this started. And Kiana is still in a medical pod, but from my understanding, she awoke in 2007 since Ziggy tried to save K423 at 2006. Let me go back to that. Yeah, no. She isn't saying that Ziggy's been in exile for 10 years. She's saying it's been almost 10 years since she saw Cecilia. Because Cecilia, the last time she saw her was in year 2000. But Siegfried went in exile after he rescued K423. Was it really 2006 and 2007? I thought it was later than that. Yeah, it is worded a little weird, but... I'm a big lore nerd, and I've recently read a lot of this stuff, so I have a little bit of fresher memory. Huh? That's a compliment. Don't tell me you've never read that fairy tale. So if I remember correctly, Kiana was accepted by Ziggy, then the Herrscher of the Void awoke for the first time. Yeah. Oh, was it in that order? It was in that order, wasn't it? So I guess I got the order backwards. Herrscher of the Void didn't awaken when they were running. It's just that Otto got Kiana, and Ziggy... I guess Kiana got injured while Ziggy was running. The first time in 2009. That I remember. Okay, so that was 2 years later. Okay, so after being with K423 for like 2 years, she took up Ziggy's guns when he was injured, went to go fight Honkai, and then awoke as the Herrscher of the Void, and Ziggy had to stop her. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. God, there's so much history to this story. I love this goddamn game. I love it way too much. The two childlike dolls got into an argument. Somehow it makes someone think that they were good friends. Kids. Well, a few years ago, I was like the red one. I was always arguing with others. But now you are quite capable and mature. In the past few years, while growing up, you must have experienced a lot, right? For kids who hold on to themselves to a high standard and stick to their values, they will experience drastic personality changes as they grow up. It's okay, I just keep moving forward, and before I knew it, I've become what I am now. They call it the price of growth, right? Maybe. After all, life always makes us pay. Nah, I'm just being... Oh my gosh. No, we're talking about the one on the left. Is capable and mature. So how are you going to keep going? Yeah, let's call those two squabbling guys. I'm ready to go. It's funny, because I think Bianca is probably the most responsible person ever in her family. No, she took up the gun in 2008 and got her name at this time. She was then showed love by Ziggy, but bet on that and awoke. Okay, it was a year later? I'd have to go back. Again, I'm gonna read all these manga again in my free time eventually. I just haven't had time, but I want to finish it first. Mature kids always make you feel sorry for them. God, I love this suit. I hate that I know she's coming in the next patch, and I'm not gonna be able to pull for her because there's too many other things to pull for. Was there always a train there? Oh, there's the memory. Oh, and there's a bot. One sec. Remove message. Ban them. And report them for unwanted content. There we go. Bot is gone. I'm worried. I did hear that while dealing with the bot. That was 3 slow claps. That's Otto. That's how Otto claps. I swear to God, if this is when Buhua got shot. You're back. Oh, no. It's apparently something else. That is Kiana on the computer screen. And he's studying her genetics. That's good. Is this the game you said got better with about the gameplay dissonance, or was that about gameplay dissonant? This game gets a lot better later on. Unfortunately, some of the older characters are still kind of boring. But yeah, this game gets a lot better. I'd say Punishing Grey Raven is basically always good gameplay. The only issue I have with it is the timings are a little tight and you can't see anything. Like, they make all the special effects big and flashy, and then you have to look at the person. It's like, oh, they turned their head a few degrees to the right, they're gonna do this attack. But you look at the screen and just the entire screen's on fire. That's my biggest issue with Punishing Grey Raven. But yeah, no, the early game of Honkai feels awful. The story isn't that well done. Most of the good early game story is all in the mangas. At least now that I've read them, I can say that. That's what it seems like. The story doesn't really get good until chapter, I'm gonna say 6. 5 it gets a little better, but chapter 6 is when the story gets good in Honkai. And the gameplay starts getting a little better too. But yeah, the early game of this one, you go in the story and it's like, let's go rescue someone, and then you're beating up your friend as a mini-boss. And it's literally just something to do. How many chapters are there? We're doing chapter 28 right now. This is the newest chapter. There is extra chapters though. There's 9.1, 9.2, there's 11.1, and then I don't think there's another bonus chapter until 25 EX. There is some side stories. There's 4 open world stories. There's chronicles, which are like backstories for characters. And then there's like 200 chapters of manga. And then there's side visual novel games too. There is a lot of story to this game. That's good. A meeting like this can help clear up the air between us. Who? Who is he talking to? Too much lore. I love the lore. Oh yeah, and Elysian Realm. Elysian Realm is all about the history, like 50,000 years ago. So much lore in Elysian Realm. But Elysian Realm's fun. Chapter 4 is probably the worst gameplay-wise. You have to do a bunch of stuff that has no connection to the lore whatsoever. Yeah! Chapter 4 was one of the worst of it. Yeah, that's true. Chapter 1, 2, and 3, technically you're following the story, it's just not as good. Chapter 4 just was a random cluster of just, here, fight this, fight that, fight this. A lot of the cool stuff in Chapter 4 happens off-screen, so you know it happened, but you don't see it. But yeah, Chapter 4 was pretty bad. Chapter 5 was a cool idea, but they didn't do it very well. It felt like a really bad old MMO. Chapter 6 and onward is when they started just getting you to play the story. Oh boy, I sure do. Oh my gosh. Sorry. Did I leave you speechless? My fault. Well, as a gesture of goodwill, let's get straight to the point, okay? It's 3 robots and a ghost. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, they got better about that in this game. It just, you have to get past the first 5 chapters first. First, I'm sorry for what happened to Cecilia, but we all know Shixel had no choice in that situation. You did fucking too. I'm not here to talk about that today. What's that? I know. Still, I want to apologize. Okay, let's get to the point now. I have to admit. I wanted to kill you. Oops, you look surprised. Whose DNA is that one on the left? Kiana. She's technically the main character, but also not. The character that's the main character of the story, the girl with white hair, is, she was a clone, but she was given the name Kiana by her father years later. Back in those days, MiHoYo was a newbie to 3D gaming, and most mobile games were like Ping Collector, so yeah. Yeah, that's true. God, and I still remember when I first started at the beginning of last year, and her name is Honkai. No, Honkai is the enemy. Honkai is the energy. Her name's Kiana, the original one. But, the clone's code name was K423. But yeah, I remember when they also revamped the missions, because there used to be hard mode and, was it called Supreme or something like that? Or Extreme? And you had to do all 3 difficulties. It was really annoying. Kiana Impact, it's all about Kiana. Pretty much. It kinda has been. It feels like we might be moving somewhat away from that, but then this chapter comes and it's like, oh, by the way, the game's about Kiana. Is that because of my murderous intent or my frankness? Anyway, none of that matters. Your daughter, Kiana, will be Shixel's most powerful guardian in the future, and I don't want her to lose her parents as a child. Okay, it is Ziggy. I had a feeling it was Ziggy. That was second revamp. There was a different revamp for earliest chapters. Yeah, I heard about that. It was... I can't remember what version number, but I have seen a lot of the version trailers, and I remember they did it. I think the patch was Reburn, wasn't it? That's when they revamped the beginning of the game. And then they got rid of the Reburn cinematic and made it non-canon. Besides, I noticed that you have controlled the power in you pretty well recently. Shall I say that you have amazing willpower? It's talking about his mantis power. Because Ziggy got control of that in Second Eruption. Or is that because you live with your daughter now? My power is the reason that you wanted to kill me. You can say that. After all, I don't want you to murder your own daughter by accident. You know, that wouldn't be just a family tragedy, but also the loss of Shixel and all of humanity. The angry man hit the table. It's none of your business. Oops. Sorry. I'm just saying. Sorry I didn't consider your feelings. Otto just sees Kiana as a tool. You. Calm down, Siegfried Kaslana, my dear. Kiana is your daughter, and an even greater asset to the Schicksal organization. We are all in this together. She's a little girl, Otto. As long as she grows up healthy, we can cooperate and trust each other, right? That was the Overseer and Kiana's father. Was it sometime after the second eruption? I'm going to assume that's the day that Ziggy and Kiana saved K423. He talked to Otto, found out the truth, and probably tried to run away. I hate that blonde man. How can there be such an arrogant guy like him in the world? I wonder if this is some foreshadowing on Ziggy's powers. Why would he accidentally kill? I mean, it's kind of been shown anytime he used his power, he could barely control it. But yeah. What if he's just a jerk? Ziggy is not a jerk. The blonde guy's a jerk. Blonde guy, 100% selfish jerk, only cares about one person in the world, and that person died. I'm not eating my hair. Did it get clipped into my mouth or something? I can't wait until I make a new model. I'm planning to make a new model soon. But yeah, that was something we saw in Second Eruption on Monday. Is Ziggy, when he first got his power, he nearly went berserk, and he accidentally made a giant icicle in the middle of the room. And then to test it, Einstein gave him some coffee, some boiling hot coffee. He drank it and he said, "Why is the coffee so cold?" Because he couldn't control that temperature thing. And I think we heard the same from Kevin, that Kevin basically couldn't control the power fully, and he had to just live with the fact that everything was cold to him, and that he could freeze people if he touched them. That's why Kevin gave up on May, because he knew he could never embrace her without hurting her. Guys like him are perhaps not rare, but I agree with you. In any case, Overseer Otto is a very cruel man. Wait, this is the one where the characters are named after scientists? Yeah, there's a lot of characters named after scientists. There's a few in the other games, but not as much as this one. The Overseer. Indeed, he is the one who threw me into the imaginary space. Now I'm stuck here. I'm prepared to fight him until he can no longer destroy the world. But he doesn't do insignificant things. He must have felt compelled to attempt to anger me and others again and again today, even going as far as to do it himself. Hey, you said it yourself, he just hurt you, and you're defending him? He's a jerk, but he's a smart jerk, and he always has a plan. I'm only pointing out the obvious. He brazenly advocates for the world's annihilation, resorts to violence to avoid being questioned, and refuses to reveal his secrets even while at war with his own Valkyrie. There must be another reason. I am furious and perplexed, but more importantly, I must prevent him from causing irrevocable destruction to the world. That's the type of man he is, and he has previously supported me in my training. Hey, but you know in your heart that you'll always have another conflict with him. There's no point in caring too much about these minor favors from the past, right? The pink doll pinched the red doll from the side. That being said, you should not be too harsh on our visitor. It is normal for humans to experience conflicting emotions in this world. Hopefully, after seeing more of that person's memories, she'll be able to maintain her composure. Oh, I'm missing... Let's get going. But like, what is up with the rabbits? They're literally just characters, but right now, she is in imaginary space where in imaginary space, things form based on your memories. So she has these consciousnesses, these like living things without a body around her. And so imaginary space is taking a memory from her and using it to create them so that she can see them. So they're taking the form of all these different dolls so that she can see them. It's entirely possible she's going to go to another area and then they're going to start looking like her friends or something. But these are literally just like imaginary beings. Beings that don't actually have bodies, so they're just taking on the appearance of something from Bianca. Let's get going. I can hardly wait. Let's get going. Whatever memories await us, we'll have to confront them all at some point. Oh, I missed it. Oh well. I'm honestly curious what happens if the mist gets you, but I don't want to risk it, so I'm just going to grab these along the way. Oh, there's no more sparkles. Run! Run for the memory. Memory. She's got imaginary friends. Kinda. That's kinda what it is. Bali's lovely beaches are being caressed by gentle waves. As the sun sets, tired guests exchange questions in many languages, such as where to eat for supper. Oh no. What a long, exhausting day. So much harder than combat training. I'm utterly exhausted. My excellent photographer, you've done a terrific job. No way. I'm doing my part to help my darling wife. There was no effort required. Why does it look weird to you? What looks weird about it? Okay, the posture's a little weird at the hips, but... Cecilia... There's her in a different outfit. Looks like her dress and pearl necklace. This looks like that's just the corner of this image, or is it another one? I'm not sure. Something about the anatomy looks off. Yeah, I think the hips look a little awkward, but that might just be the angle. It just looks like the top is a necklace. I mean, that's kind of how some bikinis look. Yeah. You were obviously just whining about your stamina being entirely depleted. So you heard it. How about I take pictures of you tomorrow? Oh, I'm not particularly photogenic. Yeah, because that's probably what it does. Most likely, this is a halter top. So this strap just goes here, it goes around her neck, and then comes back over here. And then she's going to have another strap around the back. This doesn't go back down to the other strap. It's a pretty common bathing suit shape. Gee, this gentleman seems to be completely unaware of his own charm. You think I have bad taste in men? Oh, Cecilia, I love you. Well, So just have some confidence in yourself. If our child grows up, he will only remember his mother as a beautiful young lady, but not his father as a handsome guy. That will be a shame. Oh, is this... She's pregnant, but she doesn't know. Worst taste in men yet. Oh my gosh. But even if you want to photograph me, I didn't pack anything suitable other than the white suit for the wedding. Oh, this is literally their wedding. Of course I would prepare something like that ahead of time. Why do you think I ditched you the day before we left to go shopping with Teresa and Shigure Akira? Come on, I'm seriously considering competing in photography with you. Oh, this is Cecilia and Siegfried's honeymoon period, I think. Those prior memories, it appears, all belong to different people, but now 2 consecutive memories relating to Siegfried have been discovered. That person also stated that forgetting in such a memory space is akin to chaos. But what if the opposite happens? That makes me wonder, did Siegfried end up in imaginary space somehow? Alas, happy memories, no. But your overseer Otto has ruined everything. He's done wrong to everyone in this family. I've always known that. Then you do realize that you're going to go back and beat him up again no matter what now, don't you? Yes, I do. Only, I've also been warned not to think solely in terms of outcomes. That would lead to a loss of perspective on much of life's significance. Well, that overseer does not appear to be insignificant to you. Why, really, live such a painful life? Presumably, no one wants to live with too many contradictions, right? But the universe itself is a world full of contradictions. Technically we did. In the last chapter, we got to fight him. We sometimes select one side of the contradiction, and sometimes the exact opposite. These choices shape our lives, while also introducing fresh contradictions. This unbreakable cycle propels the world onward. The mage quit trying to be passive, kill him, oh my gosh. Okay, so you're not just a Valkyrie who can fight, but you can also juggle the words of a philosopher. That's Bianca. These words were indeed delivered by a philosopher, and if you have a chance, you might as well be able to see her in my memory as well. Shakespeare? I think what you just said is deeply ingrained in your principles as a person, and has become entirely internalized as your own. But I'm your age, right? Aren't you sad that you live in such a different way compared to a regular teenage girl? Is it necessary for a teen girl to act like a teen girl? Huh? I am who I am. I can't transform myself into someone else. For me, I knew who I wanted to be from the minute I became a Valkyrie. We are meant to be the most powerful guardians in the world, and we must constantly be prepared. The determination to battle, to give everything, to bear the unfulfilled destiny of others on one's shoulders. She might as well be reciting the oath. This chapter is nuts. Just the foreshadowing and just talking about things, like... They've never focused on Bianca, and one of you said it earlier that they probably didn't focus on her, so we didn't piece it together. Just hearing her talk, you can tell. You can tell who she is. It's in, like, everything she says. It's kinda crazy. To be able to keep this consciousness and devote myself to it forever, I don't mind if I don't resemble a teenage girl. Durandal realized she was displaying emotion in a rare moment. Perhaps it was the red figure on the other side that reminded her of the person she once was. Perhaps, after experiencing a succession of memories, those regrets contributed to her distress. If scholars have an obsession, they call it devoting oneself to historical study. Guardians, on the other hand, have a similar obsession known as fighting on with the hopes of Eroica. Eroica? I want to look that word up. I'm sorry. I've never seen that before, I don't think. It rings a bell, but I don't know what it means. It's a Beethoven song. It apparently literally just means heroic. This is the glory of their endurance. This is the meaning of their existence. This is the mission for which they have sacrificed their youth. Sorry, I appear to have gotten a little carried away. It's not that I don't know what you're talking about. You have your own problems, which you find difficult to share with others. I just think you should put your sanity aside and vent every now and then. That would be difficult for Rita, wouldn't it? Huh? I think your friend would be happy to see that happen too, right? Maybe. I really wish I had read the visual novel. I feel like I'm missing a lot of references. Yeah, I only know little bits and pieces from what's in the game. But I'm definitely gonna have to read it. So, if you still haven't read it, it will be on the channel eventually. Probably within a month or two, we'll see. Depends how long it takes me to get through story and catch up. I don't know when I'm gonna read it. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'll figure it out. Okay, now that the time for spilling the beans has passed, let's get to work. Isn't it true that there's a long way to go? Oh, there's a boss to go. Did I trigger it? I don't think so. Oh, I did trigger it. Huh. Eat that, Tonatia. I have to go this way. Oh, it's missing. This flower exists by itself. A giant submarine is cruising through the ocean currents, swimming in a network that weaves the bubble universe. I don't know if that's spam or a character. No, this is 100% spam. Remove. Ban. And report for unwanted content. It's a really common spam bot that I see often. If you Google what they're sending, it's actually a link, and as far as I know, it's some sort of scam link. But oy. This sounds like more stuff from the Durandal novel, which again, gotta read it. Shakespeare. Yo, are you chilling out here? Hey, don't approach people from behind, Captain. You appear a little dreary. Are you starting to feel homesick? Not at all. I'm simply wondering something about the future. Is this about anything that will happen when you return to your own world? That sort of thing. Maybe it's not something a typical 12-year-old would consider, but I can't turn a blind eye to what's already in my thoughts. Well, after all, we've had a number of difficult-to-describe circumstances over the previous 2 days. It's kind of interesting now that I think about it, that the Bubble Universe Shakespeare was such a big influence on Bianca, and yet the real Shakespeare in the main story was such a huge inspiration to Callan. There's so many parallels on similar characters. There's so many things. But hey, there's no shame in being a little cautious, is there? And I'll just ask the question straightforwardly. In your opinion, Captain, why are humans born into this world? Oh my god, now I'm getting Final Fantasy flashbacks. To suffer in pain. That's a rather straightforward question. How should I put it? Even if we can fill out a birth certificate by hand, we can't pick our actual birth date, can we? Bianca did. Or would you want to discuss the question, why does life have to be meaningful? That's one way to put it. Consider this. Everyone is born into this world against their will, and for the most part dies against their will. And you stated a while ago that the meaning of oneself, human beings, the world, and the universe cannot be assessed in terms of results. It becomes very anti-capitalist. For ourselves, everything eventually fades into oblivion, and we have no power to protect those we love eternally in a long stream of time. Perhaps the answer to this question rests in believing, yet I have a hard time believing in some metaphysical abstract idea. What can I say? You're the sort of person that overthinks everything. You should be aware that you already believe in ideals such as truth, goodness, and beauty more than most ordinary people, at least in terms of what counts. I believe the actual problem for you, perhaps, is that truth, goodness, and beauty are a collection of concepts that are simple but ill-defined. Of course, truth, goodness, and beauty can be summarized as the greatest common divisor for society, but for individuals, it is ultimately not anchored in reality. Everyone, after all, has their own quirks and flaws, and like the Greek gods, they are flawed beings. However, only in this way will human possibilities increase, and human civilization remain relevant. We can only protect something for so long, but that is not the end of meaning, but rather the beginning of where it should be. Not the end, but the beginning? Yeah, meaning as a whole of mankind and meaning as an individual are essentially two opposite things. You can think of it as a mosaic collage in relation to a single mosaic piece itself. Every life that believes it is beautiful is a type of footnote in the history of civilization. Behind every self-fulfillment is someone who cast a shadow in history. But that just defines what civilization is, not what it is to be living. This is making me really want to read the visual novel. If the visual novel is full of stuff like that, oh my god. That's true. No matter what, the so-called life will never have any inherent meaning. The end, but the beginning. You didn't simply state life has no meaning. Well, because finding meaning itself is a meaning that we can give to life. Yeah? Little bit the third act misunderstanding. Understand, we do not live as a certain type of person. Rather, we live to become that type of person. The ability to create meaning to the meaningless is what distinguishes humans. So you're trying to suggest that our lives are a never-ending quest for a better version of ourselves. Yes, exactly. Some liken it to Sisyphus pushing a boulder because it never stops. In their myth, Sisyphus labored to push the boulder up the mountain, then watched helplessly as it slid back down, and so on and so forth. But even they would confess that while Sisyphus was trapped in a never-ending cycle of misery, his existence seemed meaningless. But that didn't stop Sisyphus from forging a life purpose that opposes the gods and lauds freedom. When you forsake consequentialism, you see that Sisyphus did live his life to the fullest, achieving the most fundamental sort of human happiness. You mean the happiness that comes from recognizing you're not living for nothing, or at the very least acknowledging you're struggling with meaninglessness. Without a doubt, it's the best type of struggle in everyone's journey through life. This is honestly like super motivating philosophical stuff. And I'm sure not everyone understands it. I'm sure this is really confusing to some people. I loved philosophy and psychology and all that stuff growing up. And this is the kind of stuff that, like, I wish I could have heard more of 10 years ago. Might not have understood it fully 10 years ago, but maybe I would have understood it sooner. We battle the world while reconciling with it, eventually acquiring meaning. And finally, to be able to walk off the stage with a great smile and no regrets in the face of that eternal nothingness. Alright, I have to admit, at first she had me pretty confused, but then cleared things up to see something entirely new. This is so simple for me. Words go in left ear, words leave right ear. Oh, if you think about it enough, it makes sense. But it's honestly really motivating if you need it. I guess that's the thing, right? If you have a purpose, if you have something you enjoy doing in life, maybe that speech doesn't have meaning to you. But if it's something that's plagued you, something that you've worried about before, it's something that can help you realize the sorts of things you can do to find meaning and to do something with your life. It's something that the last few years I've thought about a lot. Alright, I have to admit, first she had me pretty confused, but then cleared things up to see something entirely new. She does have her own caliber, but it appears to me that it's just a giant circle and back to square one. Life. In a sense, it does. However, the same scenario can produce quite a different mood. Hey, no more talk about Sisyphus. And there is, in fact, one individual in the world whose fate is much more tragic than Sisyphus's. You know his name, too. Hey, you can't do that. We shouldn't tell her things she doesn't know about yet. So you do know certain facts that I don't know yet. That I don't yet know. No, how should I put it? They are things that, even if you are unaware of them, your body and soul can assist us in knowing our own memories. You guys know about my past. No, it's not quite that straightforward. However, spending time with you gradually reminds us of something that you have no way of knowing yourself. Yes, you have an almost inherent resonance with the him that makes us who we are. I'm sorry, but I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, please don't suggest that that broken person was Ziggy. Please don't suggest that. I don't want to think about Ziggy struggling to recover his memories and slowly falling apart. It's okay. Our adventure on this level appears to be coming to a conclusion now that your own flowers have appeared. And assuming our predictions are true, at the next level, you will confront all of his most crucial memories. If you make it all the way to the end, the educator should be waiting for you. It wasn't on purpose, but he did pave the way for you. Consider it as compensation for unwittingly impeding your return to reality. These memories and experiences could prove useful while dealing with the educator. Which means I'm going to have to confront his life piece by piece before finding my way back to reality at the educator, right? Yes, that's right. We are nothing more than resonance vessels of consciousness that emerge and disappear as you pass by. You don't have to say goodbye to us, because we are both him and you. Do your best, the strongest Valkyrie of Schicksal. I am certain that you will be able to get past his regrets and continue forward. Feel it with your heart, then assume his place and beat up those arrogant bastards in one sweep. This is kind of crushing a hope and dream I've had for the story for a long time, if what I think is happening is true. Oh, unlike the earlier huge doll, the bodies of the small dolls had begun to dissolve by the time the device appeared. Arundel felt everything in silence. She might have received a premonition. How will she witness what Sisyphus bears on his back in the event that follows? You listened really carefully. The dolls each had a voice of a character we know. I actually didn't notice that. I should probably go back and listen to them more. Like, I recognized the voices, but I know the dolls have been given voices before, so I assumed it was just the same voices. Found you. Who is it? Come out now. You will vanish if I take on a form. You've accumulated quite a few memories of yourself here after being separated from that person, haven't you? Unfortunately, that won't make you him again. You finally remembered who you are. You're well aware that you're incapable of doing anything worthwhile right now. That is, you already realize that you are nothing more than a destabilizing element that will get in her way. If you are who I assume you are, you will wreak havoc on her life more than I would. Perhaps. But that was also her fate, just as it was yours at first. Whoever inherits the Kaslana name must defeat Honkai at whatever cost, right? As I have said, it is fate. If you want to complain, just accept that the former you was too weak. Though even more so now. The strange consciousness that had earlier permeated the space was now swiftly congregating on its intended victim. This rabbit needs a nap. It erased the victim's inherent individual persona in an instant, leaving just pathetic and warped flesh. Poor Siegfried, this persona fragment you left behind is now alone, on loan to me. Okay. Those more accurately located memories will disclose to me what it is that makes her such a peculiar individual now. Meanwhile, the young girl was still immersed in memories, influenced by the device. That was the day she had just acquired the Abyss Flower. Time goes by so quickly. You've become an S-rank Valkyrie in the blink of an eye. Putting up the effort always pays off. It's a foregone conclusion, Overseer. For you it is, isn't it? But guess what? It took almost a year for me to bring you back to consciousness when I initially started treating you. Well, that basically confirms it. Maybe for some dense people they wouldn't realize it, but that confirms it as well. You mentioned that I was badly injured in an accident as a child. And the reason that you were the primary doctor who treated me was also due to the fact that everyone else was at their wits' end at the time. It just so happened that I was experimenting with a new technique, a one-of-a-kind treatment that I developed while upgrading my prosthetics. Using solium as a medium for manipulating stigmata, artificially promoting stem cell redivision so that the metrics of the new living tissue can finally be equivalent to solium. So you're telling me Bianca's body is like part solium? Or is the equivalent of solium? You're lucky. Of all the subjects who had this therapy, you're the only one that lived successfully and healed almost entirely and well above expectations. Even the only blemish that treatment left you with was this lovely, unique, curled hair, like a winter billow. That's why her hair looks so different. I'll ignore the jokes for now. After all, without such an experience, I'm sure I wouldn't have been able to transform my body into a sword and reverse the bubble universe into myself during that operation in the Sea of Quanta. Okay, that's the only cutoff word. That's what they call a karmic coincidence. Life is full of surprises hidden for us in unexpected places, and the ability to locate them in time may be the difference between comedy and tragedy. That's why those who are fortunate in life should strive to live up to their destinies. That is true. It's just that we don't always recognize what we should be striving for. Oh, by the way, have you ever heard the name Kiana Kaslana? No. Is it someone from the Kaslana family? Well, sort of. There isn't much to say about her, except that her clone holds the Hersher core of the Hersher of the Void. Sounds very dangerous. There's not much to say about her. Nope, not at all. Nope. Forget I said it. Let's just talk about her clone instead. Nope. Not necessarily. She has a good father, one who treats her as if she were his own daughter. That will ultimately offer her a taste of human affection. Don't you think that's fantastic, Durandal? If only we could make the Hersher core function as calmly as the bubble universe within you. Wouldn't the solution to Honkai be just around the corner? Had the sovereign of anti-entropy, the Hersher of reason, who fought for humanity, not been so petty, we wouldn't have had to go through all the trouble of trying to experiment on a clone of the Hersher of the Void. Of course, this is not to suggest that the power of the Hersher of the Void is insignificant. For example, she may be able to preserve that Bunpool universe of yours. But the Hersher of Reason will never be able to. It's not what he does. If the first Hersher had chosen to fight for mankind, I believe Shixel would have long ago developed a proven strategy of uniting the Hershers. It's a shame that that man, despite having a human heart by chance, made him and his successors willful and irresponsible when it came to important issues. I mean, I think they made the right decision with you around. You're referring to the situation in which anti-entropy has been acting against Shixel. Yet another visual novel we need to read. That's right. Let's talk about the second Hersher of Reason. I killed his father for some pressing reason, and he still carries a grudge against me, persisting on battling me for decades. How should I put it? He's lost his father, but he still has me, right? I mean, I can absolutely be his guider, can't I? In the same way that I have fostered you. Oh, that's messed up. We haven't gotten there in my second run, but I do remember. Chapter 12, I think it was. Or is it 10? Might be 10. But when Bronya is traveling the bubble universes, and she sees the bubble universe of Otto, and well, that's kinda weird. He's joking about being a father to Welt, which is what we saw in that bubble universe. But of course, that was a very different Otto. Parallels, again, it's just everywhere. The lore crosses over so many times, it's so interesting. Oh, why am I getting carried away talking about it? This isn't good. This isn't good. Anyway, I'm a bad example when it comes to the first Herrscher. You might as well take a cue from me, Durandal. True saviors must be able to cut off all their emotions when necessary. An auto-apocalypse was incapable of doing so from the start. Overseer, are you not used to keeping your mouth shut? Or do you keep your true self hidden from the rest of the world? Did you use deception to exile me into the imaginary space just because you thought I was interfering with your goals? Or did you do it on purpose and with ulterior motives? If the latter is the case, your weird behavior today makes sense, but your true plan becomes even more perplexing. He's kept a secret from you, and he's giving you a chance to find it. Imaginary space, Honkai's origin, what are you really expecting? Bianca Durandal Atagina was in an unknown realm of consciousness, getting closer to the exit suggested by genius. The educator was still nowhere to be found, and she was no longer accompanied by her doll companions who she had unexpectedly encountered. The key is about to appear now. Speaking about the Sea of Quanta bubble universes and stuff with Otto, here we are. Easy. Ay. Oh god, that one's even worse. One sec. That one's probably the worst bot I've gotten. It's pretty clear what kind of messed up crap that one had. Am I allowed to... There we go. Report. And that one, I'm gonna report for what it clearly was talking about. Reported. Stupid bots. Okay. What memory is this? God damn it. This is more spoilers. I am guaranteed this is probably spoilers. Although I've seen this in other like flashbacks and stuff. Fucking hell, Mihoyo, why? I can't feel anything. Am I dead? Cecilia, is that you? Are you crying? Sorry, Siegfried. I lied to you. This time, I won't be able to go back with you. Take care of Kiana and make sure she'll grow up healthy. Like, the thing is, I know what happened, right? I know the ending. I know what happens to Cecilia. And this exact scene of him beat up and her apologizing has shown up multiple times in the lore. But this is definitely something I haven't read yet. This is something I'm going to be reading tomorrow. Oh my gosh. Is she going to piece it together? You used to run against the wind. The air of freedom nourishes your lungs and purifies your soul. Ah, young Ziggy. You left the family mission behind. At this moment, you just want to know the world in your own way. Back then, you thought you could do anything. Scream with me, our Otto. It's just the same one again. Later, you and her met unexpectedly. This is stuff I read last week. At that time, you probably didn't expect that this innocent girl who made you worry about her would become a great mother in the future. Haha, you don't have to tell me what happened last night. I hate being involved in troubles anyway. It's very safe here. You can stay here a few days and recover. No, I can't. I still have missions to complete. I have to go back to the headquarters. I'm so glad I've been reading the manga. Oh my god. Wait, in your opinion, your mission is more important than your own health? Hey, I've changed my mind. Since you have to leave now, let me see you off. It's just gonna keep going. The arcade. During the fateful encounter that day, you made her experience the taste of freedom. Wow, the picture on the screen is moving. That's how it works. What do you think? Games are fun, right? It's a pity I was careless today and didn't get first place. Can I try? Of course, but don't be too upset if you lose. This is the latest game console and is also the most difficult one. Something tells me there's going to be more spoilers, but I'll be fine with it. It's probably stuff I know. I know a few things that are coming tomorrow. It's where the outfit for my Siren cosplay came from. Even if you've received a lot of training before, real fighting and playing games are not the same. Awesome, I win! This next one might be a spoiler, or another one after it if there is. If it's what it is, I might change my model. Oh no, this was 2 years later. You fell in love with her and vowed to give her happiness and freedom in your own way. Of course, you didn't know at this time that one day she would sacrifice her own life for you. Anyway, I have to say thank you this time, Grandpa. Yeah. I haven't seen Cecilia's heartfelt smile in a long, long time. These are literally just lines from the manga. Thank you. Haha, my cute Teresa. You wouldn't think I did this out of good intentions, would you? I just want to know if a more powerful Hersher killer would be born once the purified Shariak bloodline and the Kaslana bloodline are combined. He just wanted Kiana from the beginning. Okay, this might be the spoiler. Oh, no. In 2000, you lost her. And 7 years later, you lost the most precious treasure she gave you. The only spiritual sustenance you have left is something that is essentially contrary to your family mission. Why is it Tesla now? Siegfried, how much longer are you gonna ignore me for? Hey, stop there. I also would like to know, Miss Tesla, how long are you gonna keep following me for? You're finally talking to me. It's been a long time, Mr. Siegfried. What have you got to say, Dr. Tesla? I have a family I need to support. 2 years ago, our anti-entropy troops. If that's what you want to talk about, I don't want to hear your explanation. It was because you didn't respond in time, so Kiana. Sorry, we're really sorry. About K423, anti-entropy guaranteed my safety and Kiana's, which is the condition for me to give her to you. My deal with you has long since ended. Goodbye. Wait. I'm not asking you to hand over K423 to us. Ziggy saved K423 as a part of a deal with anti-entropy. That I didn't know. If you really want to see her as your daughter... I don't know what you're talking about, Dr. Tesla. If there's nothing else, I really have to go. Siegfried. K423, although she is your daughter's clone, she still has the second Hersher's genes, core, and consciousness in her body. You should be aware of that. But on the other hand, there's someone around her who can make her realize what love is, then the second Hersher part of her may be suppressed. As long as you play the role of father well, you can continue to keep her by your side, and the whole world might gain some respite. Is this why he left her? Because he realized that he couldn't do it well enough? The memory's owner slaps the table angrily. Play? What do you mean play? Unbelievable. Do you still remember that your name is anti-entropy, not Schicksal? Whether you see her as your own daughter, or it's all out of pity, that's your choice. But what should I call her? Does she have a name? Should I just call her Siegfried's daughter? Mr. Siegfried, living in this world, in addition to being the children of their parents, they are more themselves. That's what a name does. It helps us know ourselves and hints at the path we'll take in the future. So I'm curious, what exactly are you going to call your daughter? Does she only deserve to be called K423 and not have her own name? I fucking love Tesla. It's been proven time and time again, Tesla is probably one of the most emotionally sensitive characters in the entire series. And she's always looking out for others. She's always devastated by what's happening around her, but she's never thinking about herself. She's always just thinking about others. Oh. Think about it, Mr. Siegfried. It's not just about you or your family. The whole world may be waiting for your answer. This series of memories, are they... This is the memory of a person who failed to become a hero. Who? I'm this space itself. I'm also the will that secretly guides you to discover your own destiny along the way. But you're not one of those puppets. Of course I'm not. If you have to find a way to describe me, I should be the monument to destiny that provides you with the way forward. You want me to know that person's memory. Why? I remember you said, your outlook on life is to take on the unfinished business for those who can no longer carry their own destiny. I must tell you that I don't like being summed up so rashly. If you really have something you want to tell me, how about you show me directly? No, that would be a little difficult. After all, there are things in you that even I think are very rare. They are resisting my power and providing you with guidance similar to my own. Why don't you see what they are trying to tell you first? The consciousness that had pervaded the entire space suddenly disappeared just then. This made the girl realize one thing. If she wants to question this suspicious existence, if she wants to leave this weird space, if she wants to return to the front lines in Colliston in time, she needs to at least find a chance to talk to this mysterious being face to face. Give me sparkles. Oh, our own memories. Of course, like the steel to the dark fate, it isn't one type of existence. Is this gonna be freaking like London holiday stuff? I haven't read that one yet either. Stop spoilers. The car's horn broke the silence of the twilight and brought a slightly comforting breath of life. Nope. Still... Oh. This isn't Ziggy's memory. Past, Kiana. Ah, that scared me. Dad, I didn't reveal anything, did I? No, you did a great job. No one would suspect a thing. That's good. But this cube is too hard. I almost forgot what we were here for. Haha, it looks more natural this way, and we won't be found out by others. But the 2007 latest anti-entropy invasion manual says that when you are disguised, you're best disguised as your usual self. So this is 2007. Yes, and the usual Kiana can't solve the cube either. Did he give her a Rubik's Cube? Is that what it is? Wow, you're so smart, Dad. Huh? Wait, is that what the manual meant? The more details you have, the less likely your disguise is to be uncovered. That seems to be the case. Alright, hurry up and hide the booklet. Also, don't talk about anti-entropy the whole time. You don't have to worry about that. Of course I know that we're working for Shixel now. Yes, anti-entropy is really, really bad. Darn it, I don't know how the anti-entropy agents managed to get in. They are here to steal Shixel's secret experimental results. Hush. Now is not the time for jokes. I know we've carefully checked this car with professional instruments. We still need to be careful. Someone may hear us. Then let's keep a serious attitude. Keep it serious. Oh, she's so cute. He and the young Kiana Kaslana, where are they planning to invade? Wait, when is this? She's realizing it. Okay, you know what? Screw it. Let's just hold. Oh, this is probably gonna kill. Easy. Okay. I think I know where we're going now. Give me more Kiana memories. Alright, Kiana. Go over the plan again. First, we set off from the family villa, where we've lived for several days, and take the car to the research center on the outskirts of Colliston. After arriving at the research center, we'll go to your exclusive training room. There, if anyone talks to us, I'll just ask you to teach me Kaslana Gunkata, since you're finally home. And then, when we enter the training room, we climb through the window to the idol locker room in the next building. You're going to put on a chemical protective suit to pretend to be a worker who maintains the equipment, Meanwhile, I'll hide in the waste bin that you're gonna deliver. When everything is ready, we go to the testing area's scrapyard. I can climb back into the core area of the test floor from the scrap hole there. During this time, you'll get a stealth combat mech, and I'll cut open a window from the inside of the test floor you get in. She hasn't changed, has she? She's always been serious and hardworking. I guess the Kiana we know got a lot of her traits from Siren. She got a lot of her carelessness and childishness from Siren. Or maybe from her dad. Maybe. Finally, we'll need to find the laboratory where the clone is and get her out of the hands of those bad guys. If we encounter interception, we'll have to fight a way out. Great. There shouldn't be any issues. But you must remember that the more people talk to us, the more we have to keep calm. I know. Look, it's been written in this Anti-Entropy Agent's Handbook. The most important thing for performing stealth missions is to put on a poker face. Now, guess what cards I have in my hand. Sometimes you're just like your mom. That's so true. Kiana is a lot more like her dad, but this one a lot more like her mom. Alright, we don't have much time. Let's go. I don't think we'll come back to this house again. This memory just now seems to have happened before them driving somewhere. The Anti-Entropy's agent manual has been mentioned several times in this memory, and the more critical thing is, that girl mentioned a clone and said you wanted to save her from the bad guys. In other words, these two memories are... Very good, you realized this with the help of other power. I must say, I don't like to talk to someone who hides themselves. Just be straightforward. What do you want to see or get from me? We'll meet soon. I've said it before, I'm the consciousness of this space. Furthermore, I'm also the judge who provides you with trials. My current personality comes from a personality fragment you just saw and left here. Siegfried Kaslana. You're not like him at all. Maybe. After all, I don't have complete feelings as you humans do. However, since the conditions are pretty much all ready, it's time for you to see me face to face. Rise from your memories, Valkyrie. Both of your strengths lie in anticipation. Want to go to the end? This one looks darker than the other ones, I feel like, but... Oh boy. I've done my coffee. The train galloped all the way in the moonlight, in the middle of the night, and the iron wheels made a lazy beat on the lonely steel rail. Bianca, why are you still up? Aren't you the same, Senpai Kira? It's hard to sleep on the train bed. Although, Rita is sleeping like a baby. If that's the case, do you want me to tell you a story before going to bed? Not the ordinary ones, but a story about one specific family. One specific family. You may also know that Lady Cecilia has a child. If you add up the years, she should be about the same age as you, around 13. But I've never seen such a person at Shixel HQ. What happened to her? She was born with high hopes. Even Overseer Otto said that when she grew up, she might become the strongest Valkyrie in Shixel's history. It isn't all that surprising, after all. Her father was from the Kaslana family, and her mother had the purest holy blood in the Sheriak family. People all expected that such a child would become another Hersher killer and another key to ending Honkai. But judging from the current situation, it doesn't seem to be the case. At least I haven't heard of her. Indeed. Having said that, it's probably because the two bloodlines have an inhibitory effect on each other. Yeah, one is anti-Honkai, the other one is literally a mantis. After the child was born, no one could see anything special about her. This made the overseer somewhat frustrated, but it made Lady Cecilia very happy. Huh? Why? Because in this way, her child would be able to have a childhood like a normal kid. Lady Cecilia, as the result of Sheriak's bloodline, she didn't want her own child to suffer the same fate as she had. It's just that if the child wants to become a guardian like her parents, out of her own will when she grows up, I think either Lady Cecilia or Siegfried would stop her, wouldn't they? Because that is the result of free will, right? Yeah, as long as it's someone's deliberate decision, even if they deliberately cater to their so-called destiny, it's by no means a life controlled by external forces. For example, in my hometown there's a saying that everyone has a certain destiny predetermined by God at the very beginning of their birth. The meaning of each person's life is to search for a potential destiny with their own will, and to sublimate their personality in process. If generations of people choose the same path by their own will, that path will be thought as having some kind of divinity. Just like the three major families of Schicksal. That's true, from a more positive point of view. Lady Cecilia is not afraid of such a fate. For her, the more important thing is, this is something that everyone must decide for themselves. Whether they be parents, elders, bosses, or anything else, they have no right and cannot help another person designate the meaning of their life. If someone has to intervene in someone else's life, then they can only make everyone unhappy. She hopes that her child will have enough time to slowly find out the path she wants to take as she grows up. Yes, even if a person insists on the same dream from childhood to adulthood, the whole journey is a necessary part. To make a person fully feel your determination, I understand that. You're so mature for a child. Isn't that fitting for the youngest A-rank Valkyrie in history? Also, as you said during the day, every industry has people who have their own persistence and excellence. Without a serious attitude as the foundation, without firm determination, no one can achieve real success, right? It seems you've said all that needed to be said, but as we were talking about, the name Kiana Kaslana, have you really never heard of it? No. Did Shigure know? Did Shigure recognize her? If you care about it so much, maybe you should ask Rita another day. After all, her work gives her access to more rumors and gossip. Because Shigure was close friends with Cecilia, she would recognize her. I see. It's okay. I'm just a little worried is all. After all, Lady Cecilia didn't survive the second eruption. As for Siegfried, according to what you said, he's currently missing. If you think in this way, the child is actually a bit pitiful. However, there's always a way. Having lived in an orphanage, I understand that the pain of losing a loved one doesn't bring down kids like us. This will only make us more able to endure hardship, more persevering, and harder working than others. We'll live for ourselves, and also for our families. This is both our persistence and our pride. We believe from the bottom of our hearts that if fate closes a door for you, it will also open another. Although I don't know what kind of dream this Kiana person has, I believe that it must be like me wanting to be the strongest Valkyrie in history. No matter how ridiculous people think it is, we're still gonna make it come true. Kira has to be on the verge of tears. She's looking at her best friend's daughter with no memories say that even if you fail, according to the captain, the hard work you put in the process of trying to prove yourself will eventually turn into the most precious wealth in your life. You're not alluding to my idol career, are you? Huh? No. I wasn't thinking about that at all. Relax, I'm only joking. Don't take it seriously. Alright, I'm always too serious when I chat with others. To be honest, I sometimes envy the way you and Rita handle things. But when I give it a second thought, I also think, if I'm like them, how much time do I have to waste on things that I think are meaningless? What a random thought, Bianca. I feel like I'm being mocked. Is it just in my head? Not really. You're great in every way. Most people probably haven't received Valkyrie training when they are your age. You've entered the adult world directly at your current age. In this case, it's very important to have a clear sense of purpose. I think it's that and an unyielding character that will allow you to fully realize your potential in the future. The strongest one in history. This is something you can achieve, just like Lady Cecilia did in the past. She 100% fucking knows. Oh. Kira must have been so proud. That idol, she likes to compare you to someone named Cecilia. It's a pity that she's not a true benchmark of the strongest. You're finally starting to invade my memory directly. Do you enjoy the feeling of interfering with others? Enjoy? I don't feel that. Maybe your overseer can explain to me whether he enjoys it in a similar way. How much do you know about Otto? It was your memory that told me. Apart from that, I can tell you that you were deliberately sent here by his power. But you don't seem to be working with him. Of course, he just wants his plan to go smoothly and to exclude variables like me. The moment he put you here, he had mostly achieved this purpose. I'm just a spectator outside the world, but he's a clown able to mess up the world's blueprint. You think there's a blueprint for this world? Oh, you seem to be pretty good at catching the truth through words. Fine, this isn't a secret that I can keep from you. However, on this topic, we don't have to stay in the cracks of previous memory to discuss. This is the earliest place. I really hope not. Oh my god, he has the arm. Oh, why'd they have to do Ziggy like that? Why'd they do that to Ziggy? Please tell me that Ziggy comes out of this too. Please. How the fuck did he get here? Just a few years before this, in the story, he was watching over Kiana. Okay, let's discuss the remaining problems face to face. You look quite surprised. This tiny detail is not something you should care about. After all, I'm just a shadow that must cling to others to communicate with you. I am the will of this space, an extension of the stigmata. I know this explanation just sounds like a complex stack of terminology to you. As it is for you, stigmata itself is just a destiny from 50,000 years ago, engraved in the DNA. You think you have free will, but your freedom is often just an illusion, an inevitable result of predestined impulse for you. Now that you've shown up here, I will defeat you. Don't you claim to be a trialist? Hahaha, you're so direct. But you are right. Defeat me and you will have true freedom, and gain enough power to defeat Otto. However, I'm afraid common attacks won't be effective against me. I need to defeat you under rules you set. You could say that, although I'm neither the founder of this space, nor the rules. Everything I'm doing is just to guide his descendants, the successors of a particular stigmata. It's the descendants of Kaslana. The successors of the particular stigmata. Do you mean someone like Siegfried, or does that include me as well? Siegfried, what a poor man. I can't help but feel sorry for him. He has clearly lost his chance to awaken, yet he still challenges me again and again. I've warned him that it would only hurt him deeper. It would peel off more and more pieces of his personality. But he is as stubborn as a mule, just like his ancestor. Who is that? Who else could it be? His ancestor, Kevin Kaslana. His bloodline has passed on a special stigmata to this day, giving birth to this space and to me. You have fought him. I'm sure you understand what kind of being he is. You can see even my memory. Of course, remember the monuments to dark memories you saw along the way. They are the past that floats around you as the whole space rises and falls, the waves that I create as I traverse the sea of memories. It means that the more you explore this space, the closer and more bound you will become to me. If you're still wondering about the reason for this, I can show you some memories that you missed before I tell you. This may be more or less unfair to you, but since you want to regain your independence from me, it is something you have to deal with. Is this going to be memories from 2000? Are you ready? Oh, Ragna, you're just in time. Overseer, this is... She's the child you rescued. She's very badly injured, so I have to implement a special course of treatment for her. So you think she will survive? She is a tough one, isn't she? Being hit directly in the head by debris from a craft several thousand meters in the air and falling deep into the snowy mountains. Jesus, that's what happens to Kiana? After all that, she still had vital signs when you found her. What an extraordinary tenacity she has. The solium wrapped around her is just for stimulating her innate cellular repair. I don't even need to replace any of her bodily tissue. So she will totally be herself? Not a strand of hair altered? That's definitely overstating it a little, but it's the case for the most part. I don't need to create a Solium clone. She'll be the strongest Valkyrie. It's a blessing in disguise. What about Siegfried and Teresa? I will handle them. No need to worry about my family affairs. Yes. I can tell you ahead that I don't want her to be Kiana Kaslana anymore. So Kevin's power is actually that of Homumen. Well, it's a stigmata, right? Like, it's their memories, their legacy. It isn't something as simple as an oath. It's literally sealed in their genetics. Kind of like how the memories of Yae Sakura and Yae Rin are sealed in the Yae stigma, and that Yae stigma was passed on because Callan sealed it to Teresa. It's like everyone who had a stigmata, a real stigmata created of them, their memories live on from person to person. But the Kaslana one was so powerful that it has its own imaginary space associated to it, it seems like. She has the right to do away with all of that adult strife and set out on her true path to becoming the strongest warrior Shixel has ever seen. When she wakes up, she will have a brand new name and a fresh start. She will be completely free of the personal vendetta that has troubled her so much. She'll become a better, more beneficial character for Shixel and for the future of humanity. I'm sure you understand, right, Miss Ragnar Lothbrok? If she ever realizes that she has been outright deceived, what are you going to do then? It's none of your concern either, Ragnar, but I don't want to hide anything from you. So let me put it this way. When the time comes, I will give her a far more important mission than her personal vendetta. Once she accomplishes the mission, she will also achieve her revenge on me. Otto planned this from the friggin' beginning? The hell? It will be a happy ending for all. Don't you think it's a great plan? What you just showed me was Ragnar's memories. No, not hers. Ihana. Kiana, no. Is this another form you can take? Just for a brief moment. Oh my gosh, are these the voices of those puppets? Forms taken can last longer if it's someone you remember knowing. If this memory does not belong to Ragnar, it must belong to Otto. Sadly, it doesn't. Remember what I said earlier. These memories are proof that you are in bondage to me. Put another way, this field I guard can only hold the memories of the same group of people. For this group, the original stigmata is passed down in their bloodline, and as such has left them deeply cursed by history. Here, countless generations of memories, conscious or subconscious, willing or unwilling, will spontaneously come to me and join this stigmata space, named Kaslana, because they share this immensely special bloodline. So you're saying the memory I just saw is actually from a third party? It's from you, you doofus. That's right, it belonged to the child in the memory who was wrapped in Otto's solium for treatment. Try to recall what you've seen here so far. Dr. May's child, Alan, her father, Teresa, Siegfried, and that child. They have the same blood flowing through them, as well as the same stigmata. And being in this imaginary space, I'm entangled with this stigmata space. With you. This is the first time I've seen Bianca so airheaded. She really is a Kaslana. She doesn't get it. My memories are thus mixed with theirs, causing me to be unable to return to my original world, and all this is part of Otto's plan. It's a logical deduction. Come on, you fucking airheaded Kaslana. I need to pull her. I am 100% putting as many resources as I can to pull her next patch. She's priority 1. Although your memories didn't belong here before you arrived, it's no coincidence that you are entangled with this space. As I said earlier, experiencing memories like that one would be somewhat unfair to you, because being part of me, part of Kaslana's stigmata, is the basis for their existence. For some reason, they are not settled in my space, but in you. For a better understanding, Mr. Undal, not only are you from the pure bloodline of Kaslana, but the memory we just saw was actually recorded from your own senses. You are the third party of that memory. In that memory, Otto Apocalypse called you by the name Kiana Kaslana. Fucking Airhead's finally getting it. And I'm tearing up that they're finally outright saying it. The girl is experiencing mixed feelings, yet not because the sudden knowledge of her origins, nor because the name has any special meaning to her. You are who you are, and it has nothing to do with your name. What's the big deal about family names? It's not a hand, nor a foot, or an arm, or a face. It's not an actual part of a person. What's the big deal about names in general? A rose by any other name would still smell just as sweet. Even if Romeo weren't named Romeo, he would still just be as gracious and perfect. He does not need any superfluous title. The girl was having mixed feelings because she thought of Siegfried, whose life is full of regrets, and Kiana, who she has recently improved her relationship with. Kiana unleashed her will, courage, and life to give her name meaning. She realizes that it's a complicated, hurtful secret. If the timing is not right, this truth will not do them any good. Oh, she followed. Poker face when the big reveal. Yeah, she did. Oh. I'm not gonna lie. I kinda hope they change her name to Bianca Kaslana later in the story. I don't think it's gonna happen anytime soon, but I hope they do. Maybe have it so that the game won't change it unless you've beaten this chapter, but I think it would be a nice touch. That is to say, before a truly appropriate day arrives, she could only let them continue to think that Cecilia's daughter had died 10 years ago. Yet this comparatively safe plan has an unpredictable premise. She can't tell if Otto will maintain his typical silence during their duel soon to come. Yet she knows that she can trust the mature warrior Kiana Kaslana to not be swayed on this matter. Okay, let's assume that all of what you said is true. What does any of this mean to us? What could it possibly have to do with you, and who might benefit from exposing it? It means something very simple, Miss Durandal. Now that you are here, you must completely unleash Kaslana's stigmata and use the power to defeat me, even if I have no way to get you out. So you wouldn't mind an experiment? Experiment? To test whether or not you can only be defeated with the power of stigmata that you speak of. Okay, but I must warn you that what you're considering, Sigrid Kaslana has tried it countless times. Since it's your first time, I'll be merciful. But in return, I hope you will stop after a point. Constant hypothermia? What the heck? Oh, that just doesn't work. Oh, get me out of that puddle. Get me out of that puddle. Come on. Move out of the puddle! That's cheating! Gosh darn it. Stop after a point. I don't want to trigger any horrible defense mechanisms after all. Otherwise, you'll be buried deeper in the memory by his power. You mean like Kevin? Of course. Since the day he decided to carry the weight of the world on his shoulders, you people have been forced to bear the fate of Kaslana. Thus, I was born. As the administrator of the stigmata, I follow the rules he set, ensure that salvation is your glory, and salvation is your curse. Anyway, only by unleashing the stigmata once and for all can you truly approach him instead of being forgotten in the shadow of his legacy. However, you seem to be a bit different. Siegfried had no other better choices than you. Perhaps you will be different from him. Apart from Kaslana's power, there is something different in you. Do you mean other stigmata, or some other forces? She is a Sheriak. The latter. It made me hesitate, and it made me take a deeper interest in you. It's like this memory. The owner of the memory is surrounded by warmth. It completely encompasses her body. It's like she has just woken up and her mind is filled with a blissful nothingness. Oh, she woke up. It's her as a baby. Shh, quiet. She'll lose her temper if she finds you being noisy. It's okay. Look, she's smiling, isn't she? Oh. So freaking cute. They really need to do a better job centering these. This picture should have been higher up so that Teresa's not covered. They always cover important stuff with the chat boxes. It's okay, look, she's smiling, isn't she? Mm-hmm. Kiana loves Aunt Teresa the most, don't you? Well, you're the better one, after all. But why is it that when I speak loudly, you look intimidating and mean, so naturally you need to be more gentle if you want to be a father. Isn't that right, Kiana? Huh? It's okay, Siegfried. Don't get upset. When girls grow up, they are generally close with their dad. I'm not upset, sweetie. The way the kids are these days, I'll be lucky if she still thinks of me as her father. Hey, you said you weren't upset. Kiana, what are we gonna do with your old man? Let's beat him up together, alright? I surrender, I surrender. Your daughter must really love you. What kind of love is this? She only loves to hit on me. That's good, so she won't grow up to be a dumb Kaslana. Hey, aren't you also a Kaslana? Besides, I'm not like a normal Kaslana. About that, you have to admit that Siegfried is better than us in this regard. None of us had the right to choose our own fate, but he was the only one that tried to affirm the meaning of his life in the world in his own way. No one wants their children to repeat their lives exactly, but I hope she will follow in her father's footsteps on this matter. Cecilia. After becoming a mother, I found that I was proud of the similarities she has to me, but I was also sad about it. Proud of her gifts and the heritage, sad of the suffering and hurt it may bring her. I was once thrilled to find out that the overseer didn't think she was special. But if she wants to follow a similar path in life to ours when she grows up, I won't stop her. After all, it is her life, and she should be the one to decide. As long as she is happy, as long as she can create a future for herself, even us, her parents, have no right to interfere with her well-thought-out choices. I'm not as articulate as Cecilia, but I get the kind of deep trust and attachment she has for us, even though she likes to hit me a lot. I do not want to let down such a pure and innocent girl. I have to help her and provide her with a chance to become a better person. I guess that's what being a parent is all about. Siegfried, it's amazing that you, a big bruiser of a man, can say something so sensible once in a while. I will say, one thing about this picture, as cute as this picture is, Siegfried looks too young here. I'm pretty sure they might have used the wrong age of Siegfried, but oh well. The three of them are cute. Maybe it's just because he's happy he looks younger. Hey, what did you say about me, you little runt? Hey, who are you calling a runt? Ziggy, Teresa's older than you. Be nice. The owner of the memory is surrounded by warmth. It completely encompasses her body. She seems to drift off to sleep again, and her mind is filled with blissful nothingness. The depths of dreamland, she smiles, crawling like a child across the path woven by the stars. Smiling is indeed a language common to all children. As the children who are tired from crying fall asleep, a smile shines like a crescent moon on their faces. They may one day forget how to cry or how to whine, but they will never forget the joy that a smile brings to others. It is a feeling that has been present since the beginning of humanity. It departs from the darkness before dawn, riding on the morning breeze to announce the advent of every life. It returns from the glow after dusk to guard the life of each child by the warmth of the campfire. A decade later, in the depths of dreamland, she cozily weaves in between the narrow tarmac alleys of the neighborhood. The fresh air banishes the heavy gloom in her lungs. It's June, and wild thistles grow taller than other weeds, lining the weathered stones of the road. They are purple, thorny, proud, and stubborn flowers that can grow unrestrained in the poorest conditions. The bees are busy flying between the flowers. She smells her mother's scent. Neither knowing when nor where, perhaps it was all just some kind of strange dream. But at least in this dream, she is sure that what has been long settled and yet forsaken is sleeping inside her body, much like a time capsule. The sea swallows play freely in the sky above. She smells her mother's scent. I must admit that this is the least interesting category of memory for me. Screw you, Kaslana. The Kaslana family carries the original stigmata. You were bound to this family from birth. The so-called choice is nothing more than illusion brought on by an impulse engraved in your instincts. Will saving the world really make you happy? What does being a defender of the people bring you? You are just living in his great legacy. You abstain from the sweetness of life and partake in the bitter fruit that is this curse. Since the day he decided to carry the weight of the world on his shoulders, I have witnessed your repeated fate again and again. Each one of you is following in his footsteps. An entire life abandoned for the sake of the world. I'm starting to piece together things that could have happened, and it's kind of scaring me. An entire life abandoned for the sake of the world, like Sisyphus's hell. Yet you chose to feel this memory with me, because you had a great mother. She might not be the strongest warrior, but she always managed to protect you. She has never left you. She exists in the blood that flows through your body. My blood. Remember what Dr. Otto told you. He said that your Honkai energy resistance grows with the amount of Honkai energy you are exposed to. This is the same power that countless generations have dreamed of. It is the goal of Project Stigma and the true purpose of the Holy Blood, to break the boundary between the imaginary and the real, to harness Honkai and embrace truth in flesh and blood. This is a different path from Hersher's. The Hersher have long been labeled as imaginary. Iker is not able to do this, because it's just purely inhuman variation. Not to mention the ordinary Kaslana or Sheriak. Their flesh is simply not in tune with the originality of the world. This is something that only you can do, something that only you can succeed at. This is the original reason I became interested in you. The value of your life is far greater than the Kaslana name. The name is marred with numbing, empty, and bothersome tragedy and cannot save the world. That sounds remarkable, yet are you sure you have everything right? You've seen so many memories that you have forgotten something crucial. It may seem to you that there are many people like Siegfried who continue to repeat the fate of their ancestors over and over again, yet can never get it right. Oh my god. Not the time bots. Not the fucking time. I'll just do that. It may seem to there are many people but that's just the outcome of their lives. Regular outcomes don't have any absolute meaning. Saving the world is absolute. True, saving the world is not the only thing that has absolute meaning. But it is a life that never reaches the extreme, nothing more than a tiresome story that can be diminished with words like numb and empty. Because you are the will of the stigmata, and you have the opportunity to see the lives of all of them. You should not forget that all the memories you have seen belong to living creatures. They belong to human beings who chose to carry the weight, even amidst stress, pain, and despair. The value of their lives are never as simple as you see them. Siegfried, who regrets his life to this day, and Callan, who was hanged with a noose, were their lives pointless and their pasts lacking value. You're trying to convince me that everyone's life, successful or not, deserves respect. But I am the will of the stigmata. I am a law that has worked the same for 50,000 years. If you want to slightly change my perspective, the first thing you should do is to master yourself. Siegfried Kaslana, fallen prey to his own rashness. Callan Kaslana, taken down by her own frailness. They haven't been able to connect with their ancestral origin. Conquer yourself. Leave behind the past.
或许，他们的确在某些时刻输给了自己，但这并不是因为他们弱小，而是他们走在了历史的前面。
Isn't owing to their weakness, but rather they left behind signs for those that followed, and legends for themselves. God damn it, they were like silent colossi upon those whose shoulders we gaze at the future. It's annoying because I can't see anything and I'm reading. 5 years prior, during that moment of crisis, I said something similar to my partners. For those that I love. Time to change the world the Kaslana way. Punch the obstacle for those that they love. For those who can truly be called human. Are they gonna do what I think they're gonna do? They make it so that I might live as I do now, and I'm willing to give everything to keep them safe. You cannot deny them. No, anyone. Oh! Okay, I'm assuming it wants me to do this. With destruction and dissipation of the illusory body conjured up by the will of the stigmata, a boundless sense of desolation once again overwhelms all of her senses. Unlike the other static memories she has experienced before, she senses an aesthetic and silent will that is curled up in the depths of desolation. As if to respond to her tension, the will stretches out, choosing a corner of this bleakness to allow his form to manifest. We meet again after 6 months. Yet you are not him. True, I am just his shadow, a bubble that stays here to watch over this particular stigmata. I'm the most basic part that remains after discarding all the external personalities you have seen before. You know what I am going to do next, and I know that about you too. I can't maintain this state for long, and this is probably the only chance we have to communicate with each other. If you have any questions, ask now. Compared to the will from earlier, he is much more frank. This might be a great opportunity for me to get as much critical information as possible. Something tells me it's not going to let me ask all of these. Kaslana stigmata. You seem to keep implying that Kaslana stigmata are completely different from other stigmata. Yes. Kaslana stigmata is not just a set of genes passed down from generation to generation. It also includes a series of organelles that originally belonged to the Honkai beast. Just as most plants rely on chloroplasts to carry out photosynthesis, these organelles, which are unique to Kaslana, ensure that Kaslana stigmata do not rapidly decay after generations, so that's why it's the strongest bloodline, and ensure that each offspring has the opportunity to awaken to its true power. Does this mean all members of the Kaslana family are not ordinary humans in the biological sense? That depends on what angle you interpret it from. Although it's true, special genes and organelles make your underlying physiological mechanisms quite different from the norm. They're mantises. The mitochondria, or chloroplasts, of ordinary organisms also originated from certain bacteria that settled in the cells by chance. Kaslana's bloodline is not different from any of them. If you don't suffer from mesophobia, then there's no need to suddenly feel like you're some strange ancient creature. But what Otto wants. I remember you mentioned that you believed Otto exiled me to this space intentionally. That topic was avoided at the time, but I'm still concerned about it. What made you think that? He messed up your genius navigator. You were supposed to come straight here to meet me, but some factor interfered and caused your navigator to lose its original accuracy. Was it the power of the holy blood that you repeatedly mentioned? No. Although the holy blood prevented me from meeting you directly, it had nothing to do with the accuracy of the spatial orientation. Yeah, they all had the white hair because a part of their genetics was forcing them to stay pure. Also explains why the bloodline lasted so long. It didn't matter if they married someone else. It doesn't matter who the other parent is. The Kaslana genes will always be dominant. I mean that your navigator was originally implanted with all sorts of navigational functions which made Otto unable to make completely precise adjustments to it. For example, even you carry around 2 genie, one new and one old, and they will operate in different ways. See. Rita, you actually got me a real set of amulets. That is to say, the power of Otto, the power of Sumeru, and the power of genius, plus your resistance with the holy blood created my strange encounter in this space. That's it in a nutshell, so back to your question. I think Otto wanted you to fully inherit the power of Kaslana, so that it would be even harder for me to interfere with his plans. It seems that he is trying to probe the imaginary tree for some kind of information related to Kaslana. I bet he does not want me to get entangled in his plans under any circumstances. But fully inheriting the power of Kaslana will only strengthen my resolve to stop his plan. Maybe that's what he's up to. What do you mean? Based on your memory, I'm going to offer a fairly irresponsible assumption. Maybe to him, your actions directed at stopping him from destroying the world give him some kind of purpose. And for this reason, he is bent on reconfiguring his base reality as we speak. Don't give me that confused look. As I said, it's just an irresponsible assumption. The proof of this is that, in his heart, he is completely undecided about the state of affairs. Only one of them disappeared. Why did one of them disappear and then this one grayed out? I guess if you want to hear it again, maybe? About Stigmata space. At first I thought this space was some kind of residue in imaginary space, but you said this Stigmata space has its own structure and origin. This is a lot of lore to take in. It's really all the same thing, just from a different perspective. Stigmata and Stigmata space are just inadequate failures. She tried to use Stigmata to connect human will directly to imaginary space, but the results were not as good as expected. That's why they created Project Stigma, a plan to trade this failure for the future of civilization and humanity. As a side effect, only people like you have the opportunity to transcend the ages and witness the brutal yet thriving future. We certainly can't accept being wiped out by Honkai, but we also can't accept such a radical plan. I understand, but that is beyond my perception. I'm only the will of the Stigmata, so I won't oppose any attempt that would be beneficial towards defeating Honkai. But as for the real him, you need to know that his sympathies may not be in the same time dimension as yours. Not in the same time dimension. Sorry, I can't offer any more details. He doesn't care about the present, he cares about the future. All Kevin cares about the future. He'll burn the present if that's what he has to do. He'll burn the present, kill every person, and just do Project Stigma and Project Ember all over again. He'll just restart the world again and again. All he cares about is the future. It's kinda crazy. About the puppet. You can easily switch between other people's forms, but why are you only able to use that puppet form when switching to Siegfried Kaslana? One reason is that using the state of the personality fragment directly is more convenient for me than drawing on a remembered appearance. And the other reason is that you lack clear memories of that man. Don't worry, you'll have a chance to change this for good. The world he cares about is gone. Yeah, the world Kevin cared about in the past is gone. So instead, he's looking forward to the future that May wanted. He's stuck in the past and he's stuck in the future. He doesn't care about the present. Sorry, you'll have a chance to change this for good. After all, aside from someone a long time ago, you may be the first human being who is completely immune to the negative effects of Stigmata. Someone from a long time ago. You don't know her. Plus, the reasons why both of you are unaffected by Stigmata must be totally different. Who's immune to Stigmata? Could it be someone like Mobius, or could it be someone even crazier? Who could it be? Also, I just realized it's been 5 hours. Holy crap. This has been flying. I'm loving this chapter. Sheriak's holy blood is indeed a genetic mutation that will be the pride of a generation. And to you, the man who revived this bloodline, Otto, is like the real version of himself, the one who indirectly gave you your gifts and powers. They are both very complex indeed. I would not want to be an enemy to either of them if I could help it. But it seems that neither fate nor personal desires allow me to avoid this. It seems that you have come to view them as enemies, but not with simple hatred. That's good. It's a perfect attitude for all of you. I heard that the Caslanas have a family trust that will help them when they are in a desperate situation. Are you the family trust? That depends on how you see it. My job is to help them awaken the power that lies within the stigmata. The rest is either because of the stigmata itself or their own perseverance, as you said. Besides, when accidents happen, the real version of him will come and take over my duties. But that was just to pass the time when he was sealed in the Sea of Quanta on the edge of the world with nothing to do. Now that he's regained his freedom, I don't think he'll have much interest in it anymore. Stigma doesn't exist in previous era? Well, that's when they made it, but that would have been the very end of previous era, that's true. Project Stigma was one of May's final things. Someone to fully awaken the ability of Stigma, and it's been a long time. Can't be talking about Fuhua. There's no way it's Fuhua. I'm back and we're on the moon? Well, we're still in the same place, it just looks like the moon. We're still in imaginary space. You mean he has abandoned his offspring? That also depends on how you see it. To him, he was carrying overwhelming guilt, so he chose to stay away from his blood relatives. Project Stigma. There may be more to it than that, but I have no way of knowing anything else. After all, I'm not really him. Gosh. No, I have so many more questions. This is a lie. This is a huge, giant lie. God. My best guess is for people who've dealt with stigma. I don't know. It can't be Callan, because that would be Kaslana. But at the same time, as Callan sealed Yai away, and Yai ended up a stigma, so does that mean Callan created that stigma, or did it already exist? Won't let us ask anything. I have no more questions. Very well. Then I will stimulate the power of Kaslana that lies dormant within you. The power is far beyond the limits of ordinary humans. To overcome it and harness it, I suggest that you be the best of yourself. The image of the man instantly dissipated, leaving only a frigid cold eroding the marrow of the young girl's bones. Hector knew the kingdom would eventually fall, and Achilles was aware that he was on his way to death. But both of them set out on the battlefield without hesitation. The girl concentrates her mind and feels a predetermined path begin to stretch slowly and solidly beneath her feet like a frozen river. Her flesh is like ice, yet her blood is boiling. The extended path takes her to a dead end where there is only a voice echoing repeatedly in her head. Kill Honkai. Kill Honkai. Kill Honkai. Kill Honkai. It's okay, my child. This is not your sin, and you don't have to carry this responsibility alone. You can rely on Mommy's strength for a bit, at a time like this. Warm blood flows back to her head, and all the madness that flooded in from all sides vanished into thin air. Although the path still stretches beneath her, and the untamed power continues to spill out from her body, unlike her ancestors, she feels that she possesses an additional ability that enables her to truly control this power. It's silent yet warm, gentle yet powerful. It prevents her from becoming a vessel to unleash power of vengeance, and it helps her to become a knight who can live up to her long-held destiny. She knows that it's a momentary yet eternal embrace given to her by her mother from across time. Do we get to use it? Oh, damn. The horse. She's truly a knight. Oh. It seems, educator, I have succeeded. No, ye of sin and glory, there is one last step for you to take. I so need to get this. I need to save more crystals. It's like her A rank. What? Okay. I just won't hold any movement buttons because apparently that's what caused the problem. Ultimate. Yes, horsepower. Big nuke. Okay. We're going back to like the days of Seele, the blemish of this bloodline, and prove that you alone belong to an entirely new lineage. Did I just jump? I charge you. And I'm gonna ult you. They better come up with some killer skins for this character. Oh my god. No, you don't. With the dancing of the lance, the husk was put to a halt instantly. The frigidity that engulfed the entire space finally faded away, leaving only personality fragments it previously grasped. Let me look at the history. Please tell— oh, it doesn't have it. What did he call Husk? Did he call Husk proof of their failure or something like that? Are imaginary constructs a consequence of something the previous era did? Because they do look very similar to the grace field that the Oath of Judah does. The whole gears and mechanical look. Is imaginary space and the whole mechanical part of it a consequence of something they did? Stop moving! You passed the trial. You transcended the destiny of salvation and ascended Equinox as a mere mortal. I couldn't do it alone. Aw, some of her white hair is coming back too. I know, but your personal endeavor is not to be overlooked. What is life? Existence that passes on legacy and pushes forward innovation, forever on the path of progress. So I have the giants whose shoulders I stand on to thank, and when these giants become threats to the world, I have to stop them as well. At least I need to make sure their transgressions won't hurt the thriving world of humanity. You don't need to feel conflicted. Stopping the old generation of willful wrongdoing is exactly the purpose of the new. I'm only a personality fragment of Siegfried, but even I can feel his passion. He is a real man, and he has a passionate young heart that never ages. Please tell me you're only a personality fragment and he isn't dead. Your memory has come back. After all, you passed the trial and reset the space. I'll return to the real me. By then, our memory won't be more than a blurred dream to him. You won't remember. You don't have to be upset about this. At this fleeting final moment, I have one more obligation to you. This is the depths of the imaginary space, where magical reactions between spaces occur. Even though all I can do is pass information from the other side to you. Anyway, this is something I have to do for you. What? What is that thing? We've seen it since the beginning. This is the hell Kevin endures alone, and the final destination place for the real Siegfried. He has been trying to escape from the stigma space, but without any hope of awakening. He can only shed personality fragments like me. And Kevin's choice was to seal him in there, the place where all his sins condense. Kiana. Oh. Why are you smiling to me? I was the one that got you killed. She's alive, Ziggy. Your little girl's alive. No, Mr. Siegfried, your daughter, she's alive. She's here. It's one-way communication, and he can't hear us, Durandal. I know. But I need to tell myself, one day I'll make sure he knows, of all the regrets in his life, one is just a tasteless joke from fate. That might be the only consolation I can offer him. I seem to have dreamed that dream again. Yana, your sister who adopted your name. I hope she isn't a disappointment to you. I'll just pretend someone is listening. When I was young, I never thought the Castellana name carried such a vicious curse. The stigma restrictions, frozen hell. Anyway, I believe we're helping other and defending the weak with a good heart. Saving the civilization with a good heart. To be honest, if Cecilia and you were still alive, I'd be content to accept anything fate has prepared for me. But you went away like true Castellanas, leaving me and her behind. So I must stay strong. There's not much hope, but I still got to tell myself. I'm getting out of here. I'm returning to the kid and telling her I'm alright. This might be the biggest consolation I can give her now. Looks like I have to. Voice from afar was cut off abruptly. Very soon, the worn, but still optimistic face vanished from her sight. He's still alive. He still has memories of her. He's still trying to fight for a way to return to his family. Thank you, MiHoYo, for clearing that up. Holy shit. When it was first clear at the beginning that it was Ziggy, I was already crying. Thank God, holy shit. I can think of a few people that are going to be devastated until they get to this point. Oh boy. It was just a glimpse, and he couldn't feel her existence in any way. Still, Durandal felt a huge relief. Not only because he was her father, not only because, not long ago, she benefited from his teaching. On top of all these reasons, she felt happy for him, a hero with a life full of regrets. Happy that he was still breathing. Happy that his fighting spirit remained. And perhaps happy that, in her blood, the Castellana persistence still ran strong. Looks like this is the end for me. You're going away. Looks that way. Our tie is becoming weaker and weaker. I'm about to return to the real him, and you'll be able to return to reality very soon. I can't decide anything in his stead, but if I could, I wish to. Safeguard your future path as family. Witness your life bloom to the fullest. The doll was gone, and the last thing it left for Durandal was a torn but pristine picture. Oh, it's her and Ziggy. On the picture were a man and his daughter. It captured a precious moment of family joy. No matter what, Kiana and I are going to find you. Dad. The depths of the imaginary space were silent as night. Durandal looked up to the starless heavens and tried to take in everything she just experienced. She knew there was a true battle waiting for her to rejoin. But just when she was relocating Sumeru using Genius, a calm request from the outside came in. It was a frequency Durandal was familiar a long time ago, and it reminded her of a fateful journey 5 years ago. Slightly surprised, she picked up the receiver. This is Durandal. Please speak. Master Durandal. Rita, is that you? Of course. Are you alright? Did you run into any danger? I'm fine. Sorry to have you worried. Yeah, no, I'm just glad you're okay. Well, do you need a sit rep from me? Thank you. Rita told Durandal what was happening in reality. Hersher of Binding's power. Looks like I do need to rush back. That said, the right timing is also crucial. Another voice Durandal had long missed came out of Genius. She was the owner of the frequency, who fought side by side with the two Valkyries. Dr. Schrödinger. Hi. It's been a while, Bianca. I tried to reach you earlier, but Rita insisted on us keeping it from you longer. She was probably worried Otto would see through me right away. Your mutual trust is amazing. Alright, back to the topic. The face Otto is now wielding... I think that's supposed to be the fact. Is now wielding the Hersher of Binding's power is exactly the reason why the timing of your return matters. You're worried I might be blocked by the power on my way back. That's one of the reasons. On the other side, from what I learned using Sumeru, Teresa might confront the Hersher of Binding power in a special way. The white light was Bianca! Which is the zeroth power of Oath of Judah. She's trying to cancel it out with another force of the same nature. Probably. So you might be subjected to both forces on your way back and put into greater danger. But I can't just stay here. I'm lucky. I was trapped here, but being here led me to a new power and the knowledge that no, nothing. Anyway, I'm obliged to finish the Inquisition into Overseer's true intent. It's my responsibility as a member of Shixel. This time, it looks like he's going to deny the whole world the right to exist. I see, Master Durandal. You're very convincing. But I do wish you can have faith in Dr. Schrödinger's judgment. After all, even from the perspective of fighting the Overseer, she's more determined than the both of us, right? You're right. I'm too hot-headed. It's alright. I understand your feelings. And precisely because of this, We have a favor to ask, one that only you can help with. It has been a long time since I've seen that. Please tell me that's not the end of Act 2. Please tell me that's not the end of Act 2. Oh. Story update, February 11th. They did it! I complained about this. I mentioned this in one of the Contact Them that they should put the date when the next update comes, because 26 we had no idea. God damn it, I want to see more. I can only assume that the white light that Teresa saw was probably Bianca coming at just the perfect moment. So I'm gonna assume Bianca is probably gonna help save her. But holy shit, I really want Bianca and Kiana to meet up and talk. It's probably not gonna happen until the end of the chapter, but I really want to see it. And now we know that, I guess Kevin got tired of dealing with Siegfried, so he sealed Siegfried away. And that's why Siegfried disappeared suddenly. Because we know from what was it called? Moonshadow? The chapter where Kiana and Fuhua went on a spy mission? That Ziggy was still around. He was sneaking around in the shadows, watching over Kiana. But he suddenly disappeared, and he hasn't been in the story since. Oh. God. I freaking love this story so much. The father picture. There was so many more pictures than this. They're missing out on so many pictures. Thankfully, they're still going to be in the files, but... Oh, man. They do such a good job of writing. Because having the context, knowing everything that's happened, reading all the mangas, well, not all, but reading most of the mangas, playing through the game, there's still some context I missed, probably because I still have to replay through the story and figure everything out. But, holy crap. Like I said, there was just the tiniest hint of Siegfried's personality in that puppet early on, and I started tearing up because I knew, oh my god, it's him. And it just became more and more obvious, and it wasn't until the end that they said it. This is going to be a treasure for Bianca. She's going to show it to Kiana, and she'll probably flip, assuming she actually has it. Maybe it's just a memory of hers. I wonder. How much do I have? Only 10? Oh, I'm not going to be able to switch to it. I was going to switch. Was it this one? Yeah, I think I got a crazy elemental breach one. Yeah, 25, but... Maybe later. I still have to do this challenge. I have to figure out what this is. Does anyone know? Does this have story? Or is this just like a side content? The interstice exploration. Because if that has story, I might need to do that on stream. But if it doesn't have story, if it's just like side content, like a lot of the side quests of go help people, go help feed someone's dog, go help escort this guy, let this guy watch you fight. Like there was a bunch of really silly side quests. Is that what this is? Just like a side content mini game with little story? Or is this like major canonical story? I don't think I can do it today, but if this is important story, then I'll probably do it either later this week or next week. But I need to finish catching up. Still need to do this. I haven't even touched this one. Still have to do all 5 difficulties. But yeah, I think I clicked on this once and it popped up like a mini cutscene, so I have no idea if it's super important story or what. How much do I need? How much am I missing? 27,000 I'm assuming is for people who've done absolutely everything, so this is the main rewards. Or I guess technically the costume is. But I'm still missing thousands, like 6,000, 7,000. Jeez. Yeah, I hate the collection, because you have to click on them to make them leave you alone. Just stop. Yeah, I don't know. I'll click it. I'll look at it. We'll see. Oh, there's no cutscene thing. I swear there was a cutscene the last time I clicked on it. Bedlam Zone. Unlocked at 10. Chapter 26? Wait, what? And clear Utmost Fog. I haven't done that, so that's this. That looks like the Sea of Quanta. This might be story. I might Alt F4 if this starts a cutscene. Okay, this is a canon story with Rita. No. Huh. Okay. It has been like 5.5 hours though, and I did say I was going to do something else if Bianca's identity was revealed. So I will pull up. I should have done this earlier. Why didn't I do this earlier? I'm so well prepared. I am opening the game again, but what if you Alt F4'd your stream by accident? I'd be an idiot. I mean, I am an idiot, but shh. But yeah, I'll let the game open back up as I... we are definitely not listening to that song. Let me open this into another window. But let's go into the game. Let's see, is Fuhua gonna say anything about her birthday? Anything at all? Why does this woman not care about her birthday? Colliston album. And this starts tomorrow? Oh, this is probably... Oh no, it can't be part of it, because the next chapter part comes on Friday. Another side quest, we'll see what it is. Birthday table. Why don't you care about your birthday? Even Senti cared about your birthday. Why don't you care about your own birthday, Fuhua? Why are you like this? You know what one it probably is? Let me do this. I'm pretty sure it's probably this one that reacts to her birthday, but specifically, probably this one. This is probably the one that has the birthday message, if there is one. I still can't believe that's how they ended it. Ah, cliffhangers, I hate them. We're slowly getting there, though. 2 weeks. which it's probably going to be next week. I think next Friday is when the next part of the story comes out, so it'll probably be next Friday. If not, maybe next Saturday, we'll see, because I'd like to start earlier, but usually the stories come out later, like after my stream starts. Wait. Oh, thank you. And I think I was already done this, right? I already had all the adventure tasks? Yes. So that means... Gimme. Okay. But... this butt still doesn't care about her birthday. I don't want that showing. So let's just go to a random page. Oh, I didn't buy this. Apparently that was beneficial. Let me go back to my browser. It might go silent for a second. Okay, I don't want to watch the making of, but I kind of want to watch Forever Stay True to Yourself. What's so big about the birthday? Well, usually the characters react on their birthday. They say something. And her alternate personality said, like, happy birthday, but even she isn't acknowledging it's her own birthday. But there's the Forever Stay True to Yourself. I don't think there's an actual trailer for the version yet, is there? It might be fan translated. I kind of want to look at the 5.5. Let me look. Hopefully not major spoilers for the last part of it, but screw you, bots. Remove. Ban. There we go. Fixed that. Let's see. I'll check if this one has subtitles. I hope it does. Unavailable. Did they edit them in? No. So we'll be a little blind. Oh, God. That first half was so good. But let me get full screen. Let me set... Oh, nope, I didn't say play. Stupid thing. Yeah, I guess I'll just do the display capture. That works. Okay, so this is the Forever Stay True to Yourself trailer. It's for the new battlesuit, 2 minutes. And then I'm gonna watch the 5.5 trailer for the next version. Because I'm pretty sure there shouldn't be any major spoilers. I mean, from what I've seen, and I've seen the cinematic, I hope there's no specific details, but I don't mind minor spoilers, so long as it just doesn't outright say, hey, this happened, by the way, which they usually don't do. But Forever Stay True to Yourself. Is there subtitles, actually? It's lit. Oh, there is, just straight up English subtitles. Good. Thank you, Mihoyo. Here we go. Is it too loud? It looks okay. I'll adjust it down if I have to. a little loud. I'll turn it down a bit. Kiana, I believe you learned to run.
吉安娜真棒，这孩子像你，长大了又得是个天命最强女武神。
那种事不重要了，只要她能平安长大，就比什么都好。
爸爸，我要听勇敢的后母王。
都听了20遍了，你自己都能背下来了吧？
Oh, this is so
爸
sweet.
爸给我念，我也要像后母王一样强壮。
好好好，给你念。念完了，你可要乖乖睡觉。嗯。
一言为定。
Oh my god, she
跟我一起拯救世界吧！
she liked the spear ever since she was little.
比爸爸妈妈更厉害。
Her and
我已经准备好出发了，你呢？
oh my god. That was such a good introduction.
走吧，克里希那。这场战斗，我们必须胜利。
Okay, so this one was purposely timed. Doesn't show anything later, it's just what we've already seen. Ah, that scene of them with her as a baby. I think I remember a similar scene to that in the manga. It looked a little different. But there was a scene of them all at home playing. And I believe they had they had to be called away. I think that's when Ziggy was sent off to the tower. So cute. Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait to read more of Second Eruption tomorrow. I can't wait to see more of this chapter and the future chapters. I just want to see more of their family and everything that happens in the story. Oh, it's so cute. God. People have been waiting for this for a long time. Probably people waiting for a lot longer than me. I just started last January, so it's been a year. But oh, I love them so much. That one doesn't spoil anything. Yeah, see, this is the line they put on Twitter and spoiled people. My name is Bianca Regina. I am Durandal and a Caslana. Don't do that, mihoyo. Not everyone did the chapter yet. Don't put that on your social media. Now, this is the 5.5 PV. This might have a tiny bit of spoilers. I will warn that. The ult that we got in that mini content, I'm pretty sure isn't the actual ult of the suit. I think this is. Which makes sense, because that looks a lot like Parvati. But, I'm very curious about the PV. Hopefully no spoilers. But if there is, I'm probably going to clip this and put it in a video. If there is spoilers in the PV, I will put a warning. But full screen. This doesn't look like the best quality, unfortunately, but see what it is. I should have just looked on Bilibili. Also no text, so less spoilers from that.
老爸，你赢不过我了吧？从今往后，我也是独当一面的卡斯兰娜啦。你带他跳伞，
别莽撞！
我自己能行。
我不会输给任何人。
I wonder if we're gonna be going on like the Ziggy arc in the story next, trying to save him. Oh. Do I have it wrong? Is the horse one just... Oh, no, there's the horse. Okay. The Blade Durandal. Looks a little different than we thought. Ah, sure. Yeah, we get Spina Stera. We get this one for free, I'm pretty sure. It looks cool. I'll give it that. I might try to use it. We'll see. I have Kiana, but... And then all the New Year stuff. I don't know how much of this we're getting. I hope all of it. Oh, and we're getting APH02. That's good. New skins. Oh. I'm excited. I need that Bianca suit so bad. Oh my gosh. I gotta start saving crystals. You gotta start saving crystals. Everyone has to start saving crystals. If you play this game, that character is so big in the lore, so important. They didn't show much of her gameplay too. I'm pretty sure there's already footage of her gameplay out from people on the Chinese beta server. I'm gonna have... Or actually, she's even out already on the Chinese server, isn't she? I'm gonna have to look for some footage of her gameplay. What's a third reaction, right? Is there... What was the name of the suit again? Palatinus Equinox. Equinox gameplay. Marissa seems like a good person to watch for this. Marissa does really good videos. Short gameplay. She's imaginary physical, right? Yeah, imaginary physical. Oh, she's an awakening too, huh? Showing off the suit, as Marissa does. Marissa's a huge fan of Durandal. Marissa must be so stoked for this. I've never seen that skin, by the way, the one that Durandal has. I wonder if it's a new one. On the far right there. Weapon is unnamed. And it has Bianca Theater stick from the visual novel. Yeah, what was that? He has two forms, Guardian and Knight. Guardian form has a shield. Tap ult to freely change between... Oh! I thought it was literally an ult. It's just a swap. Passive makes enemies take 20% damage from her, and against enemy, about 100% of ult time is transferred to imaginary mode. Tap ult to freely change the forms. No limit, no cooldown. Triggers evasion skill if it's up. Guardian form gameplay. Base attack, last hit, retaliation, charge attack can be changed to strong weapon skill. The button will glow. Various skills recover meter. Oh, that form looks so cool! Also, her new weapon can be fired like a shotgun and can be used 3 times before reload. She has a gun lance. Going back to my early days of monster hunting. At full meter, you can unleash a charge attack. Recharges the enemy until meter is over. Does she still get a full gauge from dodging? Force meter recovers over time. QT's time slow or enemies knocked up recovered full. Meter trigger time fraction glucose. Throw attack is a shorter animation, a stronger, more menacing version against large enemy people. Ooh! Yeah, it's a little more menacing. Both forms share the same ult. Against imaginary enemies, 100% damage is shared to the imaginary core. Yeah, that's a little OP. That's kind of crazy. Like, I don't know if she's gonna be super meta. I don't know, like, forever anyway. But holy crap, does it look good? Does it look fun? And show some love to Marissa. Marissa does crazy good videos. Not gonna cover it. Not gonna hide it. Oh my god. I am excited. I am excited for that frickin' suit. That's where all my currency's going until I get her, and I'm probably gonna dump currency to try and get all her gear too. Oh boy. And she's physical, so I can use her with Senti, my other favorite. Oh, but yeah, I think that's gonna be the end. We've been here for almost 6 hours now. For me, anyway. And sure, people are skipping through the VOD or watching clip. Thank you guys for watching. As usual, down below I have links to my Discord and my Twitter. It's where I post updates, it's where I announce all my streams, videos, and try to keep up with people. For instance, last weekend I was posting updates as I made a Siren cosplay, which I'm going to be using again tomorrow in a stream where I'm going to be reading the last 17 or so chapters of Second Eruption, starting with It's All a Dream, I believe the chapter's called. Really excited. But yeah, other than that, thank you everyone for watching. I love you guys. And I'll see you guys next time. Ah. No, you.